Let me know when we're ready.
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Douglas, and welcome back, everyone. I'm so thrilled to see all of you who got your money yesterday. You came back again today. I just want to tell you how much we appreciate it, because it would have been a really empty room today. Douglas, if you could start with roll call, please.
Here, Commissioner Bradshaw, Commissioner Cruz, Commissioner Falcone,
Present.
Commissioner Grisby,
Present.
Vice Chair Guardino, Commissioner Lugo, Commissioner Liu,
Here.
Commissioner Martinez,
Present.
Commissioner Norton,
Present.
Commissioner Tavaloni, Chair Eager,
Here.
Senator Newman, Assemblymember Friedman. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Douglas. If you could give us some instructions, please.
Thank you. Welcome to day 2 of the June 2023 CTC meeting in fabulous Suisun City. The Commission's meeting agenda is located on our website at www.catc.ca.gov. All of the presentations for today's meeting are also available on the Commission's meeting page of our website under the View Download Meeting Materials tab. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we'll have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language translation is being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should see the translators on your screen. The live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options to choose from. Presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translations. If you're presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation, if you have one. For our members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk, that's me up front here, to let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located on the bottom of your screen. There you'll find the raise hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raise hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda item you are commenting on. Commission staff will read the comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants as they are registered to a specific attendee, and it can create confusion for staff when making comments. For all of our meeting attendees, please do your best to be succinct and concise when making your comments. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translations. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 3 minutes or less. If for some reason we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute as needed. Thank you for joining us today. We know your time is valuable. We appreciate you sharing some of it with us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Douglas. So today we're going to just dive in. We are going to go back and take up tab 59 and then 99. So we're going to have Cherry present, I believe. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 59 is an action item to accept addendums prepared for projects as noted on the agenda and change list. Following the discussion from yesterday, I will mention some details associated with the Olancha Cartago 4-lane project, which is project number 09 under tab 59. This is an action item to accept the addendums to the 2017 final environmental impact report for the Olancha Cartago 4-lane project and approve future consideration of funding. The 2017 environmental process yielded an alternative alignment for the project and established ongoing mitigation measures for cultural resources. Addendums were prepared to address utility relocations, the addition of fiber optic utility infrastructure as part of the broadband middle mile network effort, the addition of a global navigation satellite system survey station, and Western Joshua Tree protection. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval. Approval of tab 59 is required to approve tab 99, which, if approved, will provide funding to Caltrans to continue the engagement that the tribes are requesting.
Thank you, Cherry. So Ryan's here, yes, okay. Would you like to come up and talk about if we approve 59 today, what will your next steps be and how will that tie into the funding of 99 and why that's important for the ongoing engagement with the tribe?
Thank you, Chair Eager. Good morning, commissioners. Yes, absolutely. Approving 59 feeds into approving tab 99 for the funding that we need to continue that engagement and working with the tribes to come up with an agreeable solution on some adjustments that we are looking at making, and looking forward to having that continued engagement and going forward and finding a solution that all of us can agree to. So
And we understand, Director Tavares, that you have meetings coming up with the people in the area and the tribes. Can you tell us what that would entail and how this ties into that?
Thank you, Chair Eager. I am fully committed to working very closely with the tribes, and I am meeting with them in the next 2 weeks. I will be spending an entire day with them, and after that meeting, we'll continue to engage with them. My goal, and many of you know me personally, I have been a person who lifts up voices, lifts up individuals and groups that may not always have a voice or at the table. I believe in including the tribes around the table. I want to find a collaborative solution if possible, and hopefully a path forward for this project.
And by approving 59 and 99, what does that do for that ongoing engagement?
It allows our team to continue to have that engagement, continue to meet with the members of the tribes there and continue to find a resolution. It won't be resolved in one day. We realize that. Ryan and his team, Ryan has inherited this project from two previous district directors, and things two previous district directors ago were different than they are today. Ryan is fully committed to finding a resolution, to engaging, including the tribes, just as I am. So this funding will allow us to continue to have that dialogue, find that opportunity, find all the opportunities, be very respectful to the tribes, to their ancestors that are buried there, and hopefully find a resolution moving forward.
Thank you, Director. And I know Commissioner Bradshaw and I think we preach about what engagement means. And it doesn't mean you stand up in front of a group of people and say, here's the direction we're going in. Anybody have an opinion about that? That it really is true engagement. And so I guess we would want to make sure that there are some commitments about what that true engagement looks like in the future.
That engagement from my standpoint means listening. It means including them in any potential solutions going forward. Listening, learning from them, growing as an organization. We have a lot of growth to do still, growing and including them on any process moving forward. They are part of the team, bringing them in as part of the team, not just we go to them with a solution or an alternative. They help develop what those alternatives or solutions are.
And Cherry, maybe I could, I'm sorry, manipulating, not manipulating, no. Chair, I have just a question. So if this is approved today, is there anything in there that says when information would come back to the CTC to say, here's what's been transpiring since we voted for this, here's what those steps, what's been taken, what kind of engagement has been going on? How do we get feedback on the progress as it moves forward?
So this items on the addendums don't specifically discuss kind of those follow-up conversations, but I think that's something that could be discussed as part of the as part of discussion on tab 99.
Maybe I can add some things. Is one of the things that will happen is as this engagement is happening, as Caltrans is determining what the right course of action for this project is, it is possible that another supplemental request may come in for the cost of any changes as a result of the engagement for this project. And at that time, that information would come back to the commission. What we could also do is to bring maybe one of Tony's reports as this project is moving forward. He can report on the status of this project to us so that you are informed about how that engagement is going, how we're moving to that next step when that time happens.
Is there, as I said, I don't mean to monopolize all this, but is there something we could put in 99 that requires that?
You can take an action to have Caltrans report back.
Chair, we would be very honored to report back.
Okay, any of my fellow commissioners have questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yeah, but I'd like to defer to Commissioner Lugo first, who I believe wanted to speak.
Yeah, good morning all. Thanks Commissioner Bradshaw and Chair Eager. There's just a few things I wanted to say. And one is to appreciate that we are all committed to experimenting here with seeing what role we play from our different positions to change our process and do things differently. I really appreciate the outreach from District 9 yesterday before the meeting. I really appreciate the tribal member, Kathy Bancroft, taking the time to educate me. And I really appreciate commission staff and my fellow commissioners and Director Tavares for being in this conversation. We have inherited rotten systems, right? We have inherited systems that are predicated on genocide and violence. And we're doing our best to figure out how to move midstream in new directions. And so I just really, really want to, share my gratitude that we're committed to figuring this out. There was a comment that our EAC member, Martha Armas Kelly, made yesterday about radical imagination. And, this is, I was thinking about what would this project have looked like if from the beginning, the sensitive nature of this area as a sacred site had been at the center of the planning and engineering process. And that's not the process that we've inherited, right? But what does this show us in terms of how we can move forward with other projects, and in this situation, having that kind of a North Star in mind? What if we actually put this, living legacy of pain and the need for healing that we relate to in different ways at the center of our engagement, instead of structurally having it be this kind of nuisance thing off to the side? One thing that's really clear to me and everything I've learned about this project is the good faith, right? That parties are coming in with, and all the work that District 9 staff have put into this. Just want to recognize that. There was something that, stuck out to me yesterday in how our conversation went that I would love to see, some thought put into, maybe from partnership with our EAC or, the commission staff. But the structure, the actual structure of our conversation, where we give a much more privilege of time to our Caltrans partners than we do to our community partners, it really stands out as something we can maybe shift in future conversations, and ensure that there is more of a sense of parity and equality in terms of who is coming to the rostrum and how we make space for them. Just a final point, and this will come up when we talk about item 99 as well. The request from Caltrans Change Your Plans is to stop construction on the project. I'm unclear right now that construction has actually halted on the project. So I'll be asking when we get to tab 99 how the funding being requested relates to construction activities and what can be done if anything, right? From the CTC side to comply with that request to stop construction. But thank you all for being part of this project of radical imagination to move us into a different way of relating to each other that is going to put healing at the center.
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo, and thank you so much for your insights. We always appreciate you. Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes, good morning. Hey, Ryan, how you doing? And Director Tavares, I appreciate your comments. I had a couple thoughts, and Commissioner Lugo, I would like to reinforce, and maybe this is already happening, so I apologize for my ignorance if I missed it, but you know, I would think in these conversations that having Sequoia or Martha sit in makes absolute sense in this case. I'd love to hear what fellow commissioners think about that. And also just maybe echoing some of what came up yesterday, and folks may have felt a little bit put on the spot, but the bottom line would be great to hear, because it sounds like, you know, inherited history of this project for more than 20 years, right? That it sounds like there's some tangible things, you know, issues that have come up, and it would be good to, you know, in the report back, and if anyone wants to share today, where Caltrans is coming from, seeing priorities as you engage in the conversations, but to, without a doubt, to bring that in for the accountability piece, for lack of a better descriptor, as we move forward, you know, and no one has a time machine. And I certainly understand that. However, you know, it's not dramatic to talk about the framing of this in genocide. And, you know, not to get into personal stories, but my own family relations in different parts of the country, it speaks to me. So to learn from that and hold ourselves to do better is really important. You know, I believe the conversation, particularly if it gets uncomfortable, is often the best thing, you know, because, you know, I try to look at where I'm at as well. In this busy world, we can all get blinded and not realize we've been blinded. So I don't know if you might have some more details you'd want to share on approach and follow up and accountability, but would love to hear that, you know, and for Brother Tavares, I would say that his credibility for this commissioner is unimpeachable. So that's a good thing. So just wanted to throw it back to you, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw, for that. As Director Tavares said, we are committed. We've done a lot of work up to this point. We will continue to do that work. And I do want to make sure that we have those check-ins with you. And I can tell you, we're going to have these meetings with the tribes frequently and more frequently than we have been having them. Just for kind of overall scenario, what's going on the construction site. We do have tribal monitors out there. I do have my team working with Ms. Bancroft. She's on site every day, you know, working with them closely, and we hear things and we hear the reports coming back. And so I'm committed to, you know, all of this and making sure that we do our best and include all of you to know what's happening. I do send weekly updates to our director on what's happening on this project, and there's a lot of good stuff going on. But we definitely have some work ahead of us in order to make sure we get it right.
Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I definitely concur with Commissioner Bradshaw as it pertains to Executive Director Tavares. I definitely trust that you are committed to ensuring that we move forward with community engagement. You know, when we use words, and words matter. And I think it's imperative and important for us to recognize that sometimes the communities that we're interacting with come from a different place. And so how do we meet them where they're at? I'm a big believer in doing by, not for, not with, but doing by community, which truly is community-led for the people and by the people. That's real community engagement. And I just wanted to, Cormac Russell is somebody that I follow, and I mentioned him before, But when he talks about community engagement, and I want to share this because sometimes we lose sight because we talk about community engagement, community development, and we want to engage the community. But this is what he says: community engagement is a purposeful process which develops a working relationship between communities, organizations, public and private bodies, helps them identify and act on community needs and ambitions, involves respectful dialogue between everyone involved, aimed at improving understanding between them, taking joint action to achieve positive change. And that's what community engagement means for me. And as a council member, when I was elected and I learned about this and Cormac Russell in his books, I started to implement that. And I'll tell you that when we need to work at the speed of trust, right? Not according to funding cycles. And when we're able to build that trust with community and actually ask them intentional questions, and because it's really an invitation to bring them to the table, to bring better actions, to bring better outcomes. Because the folks that I heard yesterday, frustration, saying that over a period of time, but I also believe that Caltrans has done the job and has been engaging with them. So this is not the first conversation, and there's always two sides of the story. And so I think it's important for us as commissioners as well to give the ability for Caltrans to sometimes share, and they certainly can't say, oh, no, those folks are wrong, right? Because they're not going to be put in that position. But I think we also have to understand that there's always two sides of the story. And so I want to give the benefit of the doubt to our partners, Caltrans, and making sure, based on what we heard yesterday, is that how can we circle back and bring more input? And so that's my position. I'm supportive of moving this forward, but with also ensuring that we do it with care, especially after what we heard yesterday. And so I thank you, Director Tavares, and your staff for really moving forward to engage. And I want to thank also Commissioner Lugo for bringing this to our attention and ensuring that, everyone is coming to the table. But at the same time, we also have to recognize that work has been done. And so I just wanted to mention that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Do we have any other commissioners that would like to speak? Yes, Commissioner Norton.
Well, first of all, Commissioner Martinez said it so well. I just wanted to add a few things, and that is that I think this is an example of how important it is that we have really built relationships with our Equity Advisory Committee. I mean, I think that it is really, really important that we are talking about not only identifying projects, but actually identifying process differently. And that is very, very significant to me. And it's part of how we want to do business differently. And I want to thank you, Director Tavares, because I know you were not planning to be here today. And the fact that you came back to personally commit to a different process, to a different way of doing things, and that you came personally to Los Angeles for the Equity Advisory Committee meeting, those first meetings. It talks about that commitment and trust. And first of all, it's being present. And so I really want to recognize your presence. I want to recognize Commissioner Lugo and all the people who chose to be present today and yesterday to talk about the aspirations. And it says a lot that you're all here to commit personally, face to face in 3 dimensions, about how things are going to happen differently. And I like moving at the speed of trust, but it's also, everybody's integrity is in this. And so I appreciate that you took the time to be here personally to put that integrity in the center of the circle so that we can come out with a different outcome that has everyone feeling that it is a reflection of what we can do differently and what the new Caltrans CTC community tribes relationships, Equity Advisory Committee relationship looks like. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Norton. And I think this is a good test for us all, right? That we're talking about this particular issue, but this is going to be bigger than this. This is what we're going to be doing going forward. So I appreciate. Do we have Commissioner Cruz? Yes.
Yeah, good morning. And I apologize for not being in person today. But I do want to thank both the representatives from the tribal community as well as Commissioner Lugo for bringing this issue up. And I agree, it has been a broken system for a very long time. But this obviously can act as the catalyst to rebuild some trust between Caltrans and our local tribal communities. You know, I have a lot of confidence in Mr. Tavares and his ability to bring people together. I think this can act, like I said, as a good project moving forward, where we engage our local tribal representatives early in the process so they understand the roles that they can play moving forward. Because I do know this is going to be a bigger issue moving forward. And it being a person who comes from New Mexico and 6 generations of you know, working on these issues through family members, I am very cognizant and sympathetic of the issue and trying to keep our tribal relationships intact and building upon and having some success in doing so. So thank you again for bringing this issue up.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. Do you have any public comment?
Jerry, I do not see any virtual attendees indicating they wish to comment at this time.
Thank you. And I will entertain a motion on.
You're real quick.
Oh,
I'm
yes, sorry.
Yeah, not to belabor it. So thank you for the conversation, and I appreciate all my fellow commissioners' comments, and I concur. But on the question of having Sequoia or Martha help facilitate, can we make that happen?
On 99.
It'll be on the 99.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, right.
We're going to have.
We're gonna have another bite at the apple. Got it.
Things to add 99.
All right, gotcha.
So this we're going to vote on.
Process.
59.
Motion to approve Martinez?
Do I have a second?
Second, Bradshaw.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I think we'll go ahead and take 99 now since you're standing there. We might as well get there. So is Cherry going to present 99? Oh, Lori. Thank you, Lori.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Tab 99 is a supplemental request for construction support. This request is for the Alancha and Cartago Expressway project on US Highway 95 in Inyo County. This project will convert the 2-lane conventional highway into a 4-lane expressway. The department is requesting $7.8 million of supplemental funds and construction support. These supplemental funds are needed for basically 2 reasons. One is to continue tribal engagement regarding undiscovered archaeological resource, previously undiscovered archaeological resources, and the other is to take care of storm damage. Even though extensive tribal coordination, outreach, and engagement were conducted during project development, there were unanticipated finds of archaeological and tribal cultural resources, including burials. Additional resources are needed to cover additional continuing engagement, additional surveys, and avoidance measures. Staff followed up with the district to get a better sense of the tribal engagement that has been conducted on this project. And the district was very, they sent a very comprehensive documentation of all the tribal outreach that they've been doing over the past 20 years. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends the approval of supplement of 7.8 and supplemental funds for construction support with the additional request that Chair Eager had said that the department would come back to report on the actions that have taken since this request was approved. Do you want to put a time on that?
You know what I was hoping was that at each one of our meetings,
Okay,
that will be part of the report.
okay.
Is that good for you, Director Tavares?
Chair, that is very acceptable. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And then I believe Commissioner Bradshaw had
Yeah.
another addition.
I would add to that to involve our Equity Advisory Committee
Yes.
to help facilitate and sit in on those conversations.
And I think there was a question from Commissioner Lugo regarding the construction.
Yes, thank you, Chair Eager. One thing I want to note first is that the unanticipated nature of these fines, what I have been told by the tribal members here is that they were aware and did tell Caltrans that they were going to find more graves because this project goes along the route of a forced march that their ancestors had to undertake in the 1860s, and many people died during that march, and many of those people were children. And so they're aware of both, intended grave sites where people were buried, but also the fact that there are other graves where they don't know the exact location. So I feel that it's important that we take this lesson to see what can be done in the future so that we don't have this difference of opinion. Was this anticipated or was this unanticipated? What needs to be done differently earlier in the process so that we're hearing what tribes have to say about their knowledge of their ancestral homelands. So I want to make that note. And, I think that this is a matter of, maybe something we can follow up with Caltrans staff in terms of how tribal liaisons are doing work at the district level. Commission staff, please, advise me there and we can follow up. So I just want to make that point. Was this unanticipated when the tribe was warning Caltrans that they were going to find more graves? And my question is, has construction stopped on this project? And if it has not stopped, how in saying yes to this funding, are we actually directly going against the request from the tribe to stop construction?
All right, thank you, Chair Lugo. Construction has stopped in this specific area that has been the area of concern. It's a 12.5 mile long project, so there's other things happening at the other ends of the project. If it's the commission's pleasure that they would like for me to halt all construction, yeah, I'm willing to do that. And listen, I just, it's something I need to hear from you that does have implications, but we can work through those.
So we understand there was a 2-mile section
Yes.
that the
Yes.
tribes had requested
Yes.
construction to stop there.
Yes.
Has it stopped on that entire 2 miles?
No, not on the entire 2 miles. So, but I can do that right now. Make a phone call.
Would that be okay with you, Director Tavares, that if we request that at least that 2-mile section that the tribe has requested stop for now while they continue on with conversations with them?
Yes, I think that's very acceptable.
Thank you. We have any other questions or comments from commissioners? We have public comment.
Sorry, just a follow-up question. So then I'm just confirming, so the funding that is under consideration today is in service to the expanded process, given the fines that were unanticipated by Caltrans. So this is not directly related to the question of construction stopping or not, even though I'm very thankful to hear, Director Tavares, that you see that as an actionable path forward. But this funding itself is not related to the construction activities that would be stopped.
Is that correct?
Sorry, state that question again.
So these funds that we're talking about are not in support of the construction activities that we're saying can stop.
Right.
That's what I'm a little confused about.
This is construction support. This is for our REs, our tribal monitors, our engagement that we're doing. That's kind of all the state staff part, not the contractor part. But we can control our contractor and let them know you need to stop work in this location. That's what I'm hearing from all of you, and that's what I'm committing to do.
Okay, Really appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Director Taylor.
Yes, just one comment that I want to make sure is on the record. It regards to your motion, Commissioner Bradshaw. When we talk about how the commission staff engages in the consultation, we will have to work very closely with Caltrans and Federal Highway Administration to make sure that we are following the law, because there are very strict laws about how government to government collaboration and coordination happens when we're engaging with federal highways as well as Caltrans in these types of discussions. And so if you'll indulge me while we coordinate with Caltrans to figure out what that process should look like, we can make sure it happens, but I want to make sure that we're being respectful to that process as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Grisby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, how long would the pause last for? And how does that correlate to the conversations you're having with the tribes?
I would commit to that pause happening until we come to an agreeable solution with our tribal partners on how to move forward.
Now we have public comment. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We do have some virtual attendees indicating they wish to comment on this item. First, I would like to call on William Walker.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I appreciate being able to provide comment on this item. I'm looking at the report for item 99, and it seems that there is a template for reports at the commission, and it looks like each report has an issue, a recommendation, a project description, funding and programming status, a reason for cost increase, consequences of financial resolution. It seems that there might need to be, in addition to this template, section that identifies any communication with those who might be most impacted by the changes with transportation construction. And I say that because I think that if there were a section that addressed that in every item, then you could actually talk about this due diligence that's been going on for 20 years for this particular project. And in general, we would have information that's provided from staff on what has been done in these particular corridors in regard to mitigating concerns from communities. And I live a block from a freeway, so and as far as I know, I'm not a part of a tribal community, so I think it's important that we definitely honor communities that have ancestral remains in areas that could be disrupted by construction, but it could also provide a space for other communities that might be impacted by projects to have a space. Additionally, I think that I made the suggestion yesterday under item 59. I would make it here as well that each CTC meeting could have a listening session that's coordinated by the Equity Advisory Committee, so that you have a space for folks who feel that they've not been included in processes to provide their feedback, as well as giving EAC members who have expertise in these different communities the ability to provide outreach to the organizations that represent these communities, so that there's a space not just to react to items that come to the commission, but to also be proactive with communities that want to have their concerns heard prior to funds being expended in their area. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Commissioner Norton, did you want to respond?
No, I think that is a great idea. And actually, I was in a briefing session with UCLA Institute for Transportation Studies, and they have done some really interesting deep work on freeways and impacts on communities. And for that listening session, I think it would be great in our August meeting to have that presentation. It's sobering, and I think something that we've been talking about a lot, and I think this would be a welcome time to start that process.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Grisby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not asking this question to give you a hard time. Good preface that. But it's just in my mind, so I might as well just ask it. Is there a reason why construction hasn't stopped after the tribe asked for it to be stopped in that 2-mile corridor?
That's a good question. And a lot of background involved in that with our archaeology studies and our teams out there. And there was a location where we didn't find anything. And so we kept working on that area, knowing that there was another location adjacent to it, which is the very area very much concerned. And so, yes, that's why we kept working in that area and not in this area. So I hope that's okay.
Thank you. We have additional public comment? Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Yeager. We do have a couple more attendees. Up next, we have Kathy Bancroft.
Manahoo, this is Kathy. I thank you for giving me a minute here to clarify a couple things. And the first thing I want to talk about is the inadvertent discovery issue. And they were well aware this was going on. Archaeology, previous construction revealed this was happening. And I just really have a problem with that word inadvertent discovery on all these projects around here, because our people have lived here for so long and it's been continual. There is people and there's stuff buried everywhere. There's people buried everywhere. So to not think you're going to run into something is very naive, if not just an excuse. So that's really important. The main thing, which I'm really happy about, is I don't want this to go, you get the money and then say, okay, now let's just go do what we want. So thank you for putting those safeguards in there. Thank you for listening. And and thank you for getting somebody to say, acknowledge it's more than just this little half-mile stretch, because they have not adhered to that. They're still driving water trucks and everything through that area. They've got a dozer that keeps working south that has hit a very concerning area of items that point to a burial and stuff. And we have no way, because there's no way on site to evaluate it. And I don't know what's going on, but nobody will respond to our concerns about avoiding this area. And that is in the path that they're working on now. And for somebody to say that nothing has been found in that area is nothing short of an untruth. So this area needs to be protected. We're going to wait till we dig up a burial, I guess, and then maybe they can stop. But they're getting very close to doing that in part of this area that they have a dozer just going hard to work at. So I appreciate that support and everything that you guys have done. Feel free to call me anytime, and thank you.
Thank you. We have additional public comment?
Yes, we do. Up next, we have Danielle Gutierrez. You're free to unmute yourself and make a comment.
Oh, hello, sorry. I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak again, and to hear Mr. Tavares, his words is kind of giving us a sign of hope. Although it would have been nice to know we should have talked to him before all this, apparently. And this probably could have took a different direction that it's already taking. And my concern is your policies. We were told actions we wanted couldn't be done due to policies in place. I believe your policies need to be amended and updated to reflect the respect to tribes that were not given 20, 30 years ago. Implementing planning designs in traditional territory of First Nations people should require tribal involvement, with our perspectives included, not just heard, but incorporated into the design structure. It is not only culture resources and burials, but our medicines, the endangered desert tortoises, Joshua trees, Mojave red squirrels, the butterflies that pollinate the Joshua trees are going extinct. This is an ecosystem that needs to be handled delicately by an area that is trying to survive climate change. The wildlife habitat and their existence needs to be protected. I'm speaking for those that cannot speak for themselves. We honor these creatures, from tiny insects, creepy crawlers, to the four-legged winged relatives and friend brothers and sisters. We honor them in ceremonies, stories, and in songs, as is our way to give them respect and assisting us to survive in these lands. We owe them this, to speak for their existence, their lands, and their habitat. There's a very old tortoise out there, and you can look it up, as I don't want to say its age. These are very sacred creatures also, medicines. These are relevant to us, the indigenous people of these lands. We are now working on an ethnographic study of these lands through Caltrans, and that should have been completed prior to ground disturbance, prior to planning. So tribal perspectives would have defined the landscape and enforced the reasoning of a decision not to construct a new highway there and select another alternative option and more feasible location. This was also counseled by Caltrans too, the ethno study, and we reminded them that this was under their mitigation plan, or else it would have never been picked up again. We had to fight for things that we requested that's supposed to be under mitigation and to get it started again. They also faltered on their agreement to protect Joshua trees with the Lone Pine Paiute Shoshone tribe in relating to a tree nursery. We tried in our way to protect the Joshua trees as best we can because we understand them. And we also understand the safety for the highway. We drive the same highway, but the design could have been done differently or in another location with tribal input. We were told where the highway was going, and there's basically nothing the tribes can do. Again, we have only been reacting to this destruction. Changes have been made by TIPOs, as we have been involved in trying our best to protect areas that we could, but we are shown no respect. We are limited to a time frame to conduct protection of burials and cultural resources. We're rushed. We held a ceremony for the 44 burials in one area, just one area. Other burials were disrespected. Our tribal monitors noticed the foot tracks and removal of stones over a burial, witnessed a worker urinating near a burial, and when told to clean it up by the tribal monitor, the worker told her supervisor he was being bothered by the tribal monitor, and also told the monitor he knew there was a burial there. This is how we see Caltrans, no respect. That person couldn't be reprimanded because they work under a contractor, but still on the project of Caltrans. Policies need to be designed that contractors also follow safety and culture sensitivity procedures. We meet monthly with Caltrans, and what we discuss and plan for the job site is changed the day it comes to the job site. It is frustrating. The plans we agreed on, they change. Meetings need to be held effectively with the residents of the area and tribes. Olancha residents didn't want this, and the tribes didn't want this. Eminent domain is wrong in such a small area of limited lands. Safety is still not being done within this area. If Caltrans states highway safety so strongly, why are people still crashing in this zone, in this area? Recently, a motorcycle was involved. Why isn't something put in place now, such as those divider poles like the highway near Four Corners, the area south of Ridgecrest?
Thank you so much for your statements. And if you'd like to make a final statement, we have run out of time, but please feel free to make one final statement.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, again, this conversation is good, but in my heart, it's a little late. Our people were forced marched in the genocide. It's in our stories, and it's heartbreaking. But to know we have to fight for their remains still to this day, it's heartbreaking, and it's frustrating, and it gets tiring. And you guys really need to change your ways, because we are a people still here today. And our items, our culture resources, your artifacts that you guys call, are still being used today and are still to be honored and respected. Matno.
Thank you. Have any other comments or questions from commissioners? Do we have any other public comment?
We received one written public comment in response to comment made earlier by William Walker. This comes from Bruce Abernathy. They write, in regard to the suggestion that there be a listening session at each CTC meeting, wouldn't it be beneficial to have such a listening session prior to the meeting so that resolutions reached in the listening session can become part of the agenda item instead of having to amend the item during the meeting? And that concludes all public comment received.
Sorry, I will entertain a motion on item 99.
Motion to approve, Bradshaw.
Do I have a second?
Second, Falcon.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much for those of you who are here in the audience listening in. This was obviously a very important conversation for all of us to have and for us to look at where we want to go in the future and how we work together. So thank you all for including all such great conversations and discussion as we move forward. So thank you. Now we will move on to tab 82. Elika.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 82 is an action item to approve Resolution G-23-48 to set the Division of Aeronautics California Aid to Airports Program Acquisition and Development Matching Rate at 10% for fiscal year 2023-24. Public Utilities Code Section 21684 requires local airports to deposit in their Special Aviation Fund a sum other than state and federal sources, which is established annually by the Commission at no less than 10% and no more than 50% of the non-federal portion of the project. Historically, the Commission has established this matching rate at 10%. Commissioners, staff recommends approval of this resolution to set the acquisition and development matching rate at 10% for fiscal year 2023-24.
Any comments or questions from commissioners? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for this item.
Then I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve, Bradshaw.
Do I have a second?
Martinez, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 83, Kayla. There you are.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay? I'm going to wait for the presentation to come up. Thank you. So today I will be giving an update on the Clean Freight Corridor Assessment, also known as SB 671. As you might recall, in March, we gave an update on the 6 proposed priority freight corridors, 3 potential scenarios for zero emission truck demand, and estimated infrastructure need. Today, I will be highlighting a few of our final topics for the assessment: potential barriers and solutions to clean freight corridor development, the impact of heavier zero emission trucks on the roads, and methods to avoid displacement. Next slide, please. In the next several slides, I will discuss potential barriers and their solutions to clean freight corridor development. Next slide, please. Through our SB 671 work, we have identified quite a few potential barriers and solutions, but this slide shows the top 3 barriers to charging and fueling station development. These barriers are time, economic viability, and a complex ecosystem. We have also identified 3 potential solutions to these barriers. These are streamlining the project development process, supporting fleet owners, and taking a corridor level approach to develop stations. This means developing corridors first instead of individual stations. Previously, we have shown you what is needed for the zero emission transition, but the info we are sharing today will tell you how we can make the transition. Next slide, please. Our first potential barrier to clean freight corridor development is timing. As of now, it is estimated to take 7 to 10 years to develop each station based on the current grant application and permitting timelines, pre-construction and construction work, and grid upgrade timeframes. The existing development process will not allow us to meet targets set by CARB in the Advanced Clean Trucks and Advanced Clean Fleets regulations. Next slide, please.
There are solutions to the timeframe barrier that may accelerate zero emission station development. Some of these include exploring a shortened application process for funding, pursuing a categorical exemption from CEQA and petitioning to expedite NEPA permitting for station development, and taking a sequential corridor development approach to batch and sequence station build out. Next slide, please. The minimum viable network needed for 2025 is estimated to cost approximately $1 billion. The 2035 minimum viable network is estimated to cost between 10 and 15 billion. Of the total 2035 cost, we estimate that additional public funds between 5 billion and 8 billion are needed to support the 2035 minimum viable network. The remainder of this amount will possibly be covered by existing funding and private industry. To meet Advanced Clean Fleets and Advanced Clean Trucks timeframes and build the 2035 minimum viable network in time, funding would need to be awarded to projects within the next 3 years to give ourselves time to build them. Next slide, please. The second barrier is economic viability. Upfront vehicle costs and infrastructure availability will be a challenge for fleet owners. As you can see on this slide, zero emission heavy duty trucks will become cost efficient between 2032 and 2036 and between 2026 and 2033 for medium duty trucks. As a solution to the challenges fleet owners will face for the cost of zero emission transition, the state could commit to supporting the timely construction of public zero emission freight infrastructure and to supporting strategies to generate and deliver hydrogen. It would also be useful to align funding programs that facilitate a transition to zero emission trucks. Consider creating a funding program that is intended to support electric infrastructure build out, and consider how the state can support Mexico-based fleets who must move freight in and out of California. Next slide, please. The last barrier we identified is the complex ecosystem made up of many different stakeholders that is involved in the zero emission transition. This transition will require coordination between many groups across the state, including local permitting agencies, utility companies, cities, counties, RTPAs, MPOs, ports, the California Public Utilities Commission, the California Energy Commission, private entities, and cargo owners and fleets. Next slide, please. The state needs a group that takes responsibility to champion the cause of zero emission freight infrastructure and that works with all of the state and local contacts needed to make sure infrastructure is built as quickly and efficiently as possible. This entity needs to carry forward the state's vision for zero emission freight infrastructure. The coordination between all the previously mentioned stakeholders could be managed by a central delivery team. A central delivery team would also help ensure that there is a consistent focus on equity and accessibility. Next slide, please. A central delivery team could work with all stakeholders to develop an implementation plan. The SB 671 assessment identifies initial steps, but more work is needed to identify specific locations for where stations should be built and to create a plan to build them as quickly as possible. A central delivery team could coordinate with utilities to ensure grid capacity, assist project sponsors in navigating the permitting process, standardize zoning and design for charging and fueling stations, and develop a database for lessons learned to inform future build-outs and drive performance improvement. A central delivery team could help ensure that all locations in the minimum viable network are developed equitably. Finally, a central delivery team could collaborate with Mexico to facilitate goods movement across the border and affected corridors and help identify strategies for how to implement zero emission freight in these regions. Next slide, please. Next, I will go over some important factors that should be considered in the transition to zero emission freight. Next slide, please. There are two key implications, of the heavier weight of zero emission trucks. First, weight limits on roads could impact business performance because zero emission trucks are likely to be 15% heavier than combustion engine trucks, meaning fleets may have to use more trucks to move the same amount of goods. Second, there will be a potential for more wear and tear on our roads given the additional truck weight. Over the next approximately 5 years, technology should improve and make trucks lighter. But for now, we recommend that California work with FHWA to consider a temporary increase for the gross vehicle weight limit for zero emission trucks. We also recommend that the state budget for increased maintenance and repair costs and consider new ways to reduce these costs. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we have previously developed 3 scenarios for zero emission truck adoption. Here is a snapshot of the estimated increase in road maintenance spending in California, which varies by powertrain adoption. As you can see, a heavy battery electric truck adoption scenario has the most impact on road maintenance, meaning the road maintenance costs will be higher if there are mostly battery electric trucks on the road. Next slide, please. Currently, there are several existing and developing materials created by state agencies that speak to effective ways to avoid displacement, including but not limited to the Commission's SB1 program's Transportation Equity Supplement, the Anti-Displacement Subcommittee memo created by CalSTA and other state agency partners, and the Caltrans Project Development Procedures Manual. These materials should be used as a reference and be embedded in station development procedures in the coming years. We also recognize AB 617 communities may experience different impacts from the development of zero emission infrastructure, and project leads should be encouraged to collaborate with environmental justice organizations and community groups to determine the best strategies for transitioning to zero emission in these communities. Next slide, please. I'd also like to note that we will be posting a technical memo for the details of this information on our website shortly. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kayla. Great job.
Thank you.
Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? Yes. I wanted to talk about the 710 and how it is framed in the report, and talk about a little bit about some of the issues of how we link it up on with not only the 710 and the 5, but really the greater corridors, and that the routes are the 710 to the 10, or 710 to the 60, 710 to the 91. Would like to talk a little bit about how we frame that up in this report, especially since moving these corridors to zero emission is one of the highest priorities for Southern California and the nation.
Thanks, Commissioner Norton. I also, I'm going to turn this over to Matthew, but I'd like to just add a reminder that the 710 was noted as a key connecting route, included as I-5 in March when we presented that information. So I'll turn it over to Matthew for this also.
Thank you, Kayla. Excellent job. And thank you for the question, Commissioner Norton. So we've been in close contact with Gateway Cities COG, outgoing Executive Director Pfeiffer, and anticipated incoming Director De La Torre. And we can definitely accommodate the request to identify the 710-10 interchange as the key link, as opposed to the 710-5. As you're probably aware, the 10 is one of the top freight corridors by methodology. So is the 5, but we understand the nexus between the 710 and the 10 is more of a critical interchange. And so we can certainly accommodate Board Member De La Torre's request there, and continue to work with Gateway Cities COG to ensure that the 710 is receiving the recognition and the identification that they're seeking for it, with respect to the methodology that has been collaboratively developed to identify the top 6 freight corridors by volume and emissions. So ultimately, long way of saying, we will certainly lift up the 710 in the report, and we believe that it has been, but we'll accommodate additional concerns or suggestions.
I appreciate your detailed concurrence, because there are lots of people listening throughout the state to this meeting. And I think it's also very important, as we're looking at federal funding opportunities, that the way we are identifying these corridors then helps lay some groundwork for state and federal funding. So
this is a really crucial effort. And I do want to make sure to say that the SB 671 process and the way that you've been convening these meetings statewide, I hear all the time from the private sector and the public sector that this is the kind of collaboration that the state should be doing more of, because it is really a place that innovators are coming. It is a must go. People are really looking forward to this report. And so I just want to thank you for being such a great leader and bringing the state family together. And I think that really is a hallmark of your leadership. Also, Director Taylor, this is really something that CTC should be proud of. And I like to see this as it's going to lead into the SB 1121 10-year plan for our infrastructure, because this is a game changer for how we're going to just develop zero emission infrastructure throughout the state.
Thank you, Commissioner. And, I would be remiss to not call out Hannah Walter, who has been very effectively leading this effort from day one. Kayla came on board a little afterwards, once the resources were in place. As you can expect, we needed additional resources to carry out this effort. And the two of them have been phenomenal in this space. I've heard the same compliments as well.
Great job. Commissioner Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to pile on here, but I'm going to agree with Commissioner Norton, because when I look at the draft report, the 710 doesn't really stand out. And we have to acknowledge that this particular freeway and this particular corridor is the most traveled, most important truck corridor that we have in the state. It is at times a parking lot for heavy duty trucks. And my concern has been, and I've expressed it before, that with the 710, it doesn't stand out in the report. The importance of it doesn't stand out in the report in a way that is clear and acknowledges the importance of this particular freeway. And I've said it before that when I first looked at the early drafts, and even this draft to some extent, when everything seems to be a priority, then nothing is a priority. But the 710 corridor is unique. The equity issues, the environmental justice issues, the public health issues, and now because of the decision not to move forward with the plan that LA Metro and Caltrans were proposing for the 710 corridor, it's now become the epicenter of how we address our highway programs, especially vis-a-vis trade corridor enhancement and goods movement issues. So I thank Commissioner Norton for bringing this up, and Matt for your comments. If there is a way that we can more clearly identify this particular corridor and the importance of it in this report, I would be much more comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu. Do we have any other commissioners wishing to speak on this issue? Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes, thank you for the great report. And again, great work from the team that's second to none. No doubt about it. Proud to say it. I just wanted to circle back again, just some general broad points, but when we look at EV and EV infrastructure and everything, but more and more, Commissioner Liu, if I get you wrong on this, I know you're not shy, you can correct me, but one thing Commissioner Liu said a number of times is about, are we going to hit our goals and targets, dealing with GHG and a whole bunch of other issues that are laid out in CAP-TI and everything else, and to be really realistic for accountability and actually hit those marks. But one thing that keeps coming to mind is hydrogen technology as opposed to EV. More and more, at least where technology is now, EV actually, in a lot of cases, because of the weight, which is laid out very well by staff today, but I want to go back to it. The destruction of the highways as a result of that extra weight is also going to lead to an increase in GHG, not to mention resources and everything else. I know it's not on topic here for trucking, but when you look at the move towards EV, forklifts and other construction equipment, they're not really applicable in the industry. because they're actually too heavy to run on concrete. Also, the issue that doesn't get talked about, I don't believe enough, is the disposal of batteries. You know, it's not that long ago, and I wish I had details, so I'll keep it generic. So hopefully I don't get a letter from someone really pissing them off. But I seem to remember there was a time about 10 years ago when there was a move towards disposal of batteries in Nevada. It was going to be a toxic pit, basically. What are we going to do with all this? Now, technology has certainly advanced since then, so it's part of the solution. But just wanted to emphasize that as we look at it, and the engagement I think came up in the report about manufacturers of the new trucks, right? Zero emission trucks that want to be engaged in this process as well, or charging stations and or hydrogen. So that would be a good connection there. But I am just, I wouldn't say I'm pessimistic per se, but that I don't know when technology on electric is going to catch up enough, if ever, for this kind of weight and hauling, that we aren't in the process actually destroying infrastructure, which will lead to more repair, construction, etc. Check it out. I'm a big fan of job creation for folks I represent in my day job. Right. So yeah, repair and all that stuff is certainly good for the hands, and that's a good thing. No doubt about it. However, right. So as we look at these solutions towards our state, we don't want the state to burn up and tip over either. So, you know, we construction workers like safety and parks and clean air and all that as well. So I just wanted to raise it. I know I'm just throwing a whole bunch of big stuff out there, but it seems to me more and more that as hydrogen comes along, will be a better option for both trucking and construction. Side note, I'm going to beat on forklifts just for a moment. So I had a conversation with certain folks about that issue and talked to them about, and again, I know Director Tavares understands this, so I just want to point you out a little bit. But I've had conversations with folks at the state about the issue of that if you put electric forklifts on the construction sites, guessing wide here, I would say 80% of construction sites, you would have to run a generator to charge that forklift. That's number one, which is going to increase GHG. And then again, you would not be able to run it on that construction site in most cases, you know. So trucks are even bigger, right? Trucks are used a lot in construction, obviously, and everything else. So just some points I wanted to point out.
Thank you. Commissioner Grisby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So pardon my ignorance here, but is the state from a policy perspective, are we agnostic on the choice between hydrogen versus battery electric? We're just going to let the market function do that, or are we going to have a regulatory response to it?
We're going to let the market decide. We're trying to be as agnostic as possible. That's why we developed 3 scenarios in the report, one with a battery electric heavy option, hydrogen heavy option, and balanced adoption scenario. But our minimum viable network that we've been talking about is really talking about the infrastructure that we need along our top freight corridors. And we based that on the balanced adoption scenario just to try to be, because it's hard to know for sure which is going to happen. So and if I may just respond to the comments, in response to the concerns about the 710, we agree, and we haven't actually submitted the draft report to you yet for review. We're going to submit that at the August meeting. And in that report, we plan to have a section that calls out the 710 and the needs specific to the 710. It is not only part of our top 6 freight corridors as a key link, but it's also one of the priority freight corridors that were identified by the work group. The legislation requires us to identify the top 5 freight corridors, but it also requires us to identify the priority freight corridors in the state. So it is a priority freight corridor, and we are going to have a special call out on it in the assessment. So hopefully that will help. We've been working with LA Metro to try to make sure that we're capturing information they think is important, and we'll work with them again before the report is finalized.
Thank you. And thank you again for your great work. Seriously, statewide, this is the place to be because people see this as the future. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
A quick question. Just to confirm a dichotomy that I heard. So is it true that shorter distances when it comes to freight is better for battery electric, longer distance is better for hydrogen?
Well, I want to be careful how I answer that because I have stakeholders who I love from both but I will say that if you think about charging right now where we're at with technology, it's easier if you're a fleet to have a truck going a shorter distance if it's electric, because it's expensive to charge it in a quick amount of time. It's cheaper to charge it over a longer period of time at a lower voltage. So it's operationally more feasible to have an overnight charging and a truck that can go out, do rounds, come back and have that overnight charging. So that's why a lot of the electric trucks that you see now are being used in that way for regional delivery. And the hydrogen is more akin to diesel in the way that it works. So that's why it's often used for the more long haul routes. And I just want to do a quick shout out to the Caltrans Zero Emission team, because we're talking about a central delivery team, but we're just talking about a team that would help coordinate with all the state departments. But we recognize that Caltrans and the CEC are leaders in this space, and we're not making a recommendation about who that team should be. We're just saying it would be good to have a central structure in place for state agencies and stakeholders. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Falcone. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Kayla and Hannah, for all your work on this. And you know, I've been really digging in on particularly the unique issues with the border, and that we're not only dealing with, you know, with our state, but we're dealing with another country as it relates to trying to meet our statutory, you know, GHG mandates, and it's very challenging. And I'm hopeful with this central delivery team. I'd like to hear more in your future updates on how you see this mechanism bringing these stakeholders together. There is, as you know, dire concerns from that community on how it's not, you know, why they need to do it and that they don't want to do it. It's just the how. And I do know, I think there's a piece of legislation that's carried by the legislator that represents that area that is addressing the, you know, the unique needs as it relates to the timeline there. So I'm not sure where that's at, and you know how it, if you're aware of that, I think it's Assemblymember Alvarez that has a piece of legislation as it relates to this particular area, that whether, you know, they'll be able to comply with that deadline. So just all to say, I appreciate like you hearing the concerns of the stakeholders and from myself as well. And, you know, look forward to hearing more updates on exactly how this central delivery team will be addressing that unique area. So thank you. Thank you. And I believe we have someone in the audience that would like to speak. Shelley Kwan.
Hello, good morning. Shelley Kwan with Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, or Metro. What is there left to say? I'll just start by saying Metro is so grateful for the work that staff has done at pulling together so many kinds of information and so many stakeholders across the state on this really important project and providing the updates today and to date. We want to echo Commissioner Norton and Lou's comments. This is really important to us to make sure that the 710 and 10 is highlighted in the SB 671 process as a priority, because it's a project of regional and national significance. At the regional level, we are so invested. We have a $50 million investment to leverage state and federal funds for this project in partnership with our ports and other partners to increase the usage of zero emission trucks in the corridor. And this is imperative because the 710 moves 75% of inbound freight from the ports to the intermodal yards inland and has the greatest truck per mile of all the corridors. And this is all happening at the detriment of the equity focused communities in the corridor who are experiencing public health and quality of life concerns as a result. So to us, it's really important that the state prioritize the 710. And we're pleased to see that it's part of the a connecting route as part of the top 6 freight corridors. And we want to wholeheartedly support making that connection to the 10 and the 60 to reflect the natural movement of freight to and from the San Gabriel Valley in LA County and to the Inland Empire. So again, we just want to really thank CTC staff for their partnership and their continued partnership in working with us, and thank the commissioners for your leadership on this really important project. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment?
We received no other public
Gotcha.
comment during this time.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Liu.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been struggling with my raise hand function here. I keep turning it off and on for the wrong reasons. I just wanted to comment quickly on Commissioner Grisby's question about which technologies offer, what benefits. It's the one thing I think we have to just remember is that there's no perfect solution. Battery technology has its limitations and it also has its benefits. And the same with hydrogen fuel cell technology. They're both zero emission tailpipe technologies that we should be supporting, but I fully agree with Hannah's position that we should be technology neutral and let people who are paying for it and taking the risk, investing in these new technologies, figure out what works best for them. And I will, Commissioner Grisby, I'll send you something I've put together that shows what some of the strengths and weaknesses of the various technologies are. We have to remember that, where the fuel comes from, obviously what happens with the batteries, what happens with the full life cycle of these technologies is really important. But it's also going to improve over time. So we can look forward to a better future when it comes to these technologies in terms of all the impacts, adverse parts of them at the moment. But it is an important thing and an important issue to consider and to keep in mind. So thank you, Commissioner Grisby, for raising it.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments or questions from commissioners? Do we have any other public comment? All right, thank you. Then we will move on to tab 84. Bridget.
Commissioners, tab 84 is an action item to adopt the 2023 California Transportation Plan guidelines as provided in attachment B. At the March meeting, I presented the draft California Transportation Plan guidelines, and since then we have received feedback from several advocacy organizations representing environmental interests as well as disability rights interests. We have been working with those organizations to incorporate their feedback as appropriate, and the new language that we've added to the guidelines is reflected in yellow highlight in attachment B. With that, staff recommends you adopt the 2023 California Transportation Plan guidelines.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? And we do have public comment. Sophia Rovakova.
Good morning, commissioners. Yes, I'm Sophia Afrikova, policy advocate with Coalition for Clean Air. I just wanted to take this moment to thank the CTC staff for working with us to incorporate our comments into the final CTP guidelines. We greatly appreciate them taking the time to meet with us, listen to our concerns, and determining how to best incorporate our suggestions into the guidelines. In particular, we appreciate the changes made to emphasize the need for ongoing updates to CTP implementation and for the recommendation in the document, for the recommendations in the document to be informed by the fiscal analysis. The annual implementation updates will help improve transparency in the process while basing recommendations on the fiscal analysis will ensure that they are both practical and achievable. We also appreciate the clarification that performance metrics should align with those used by regional and local agencies. If we are to ensure that state and regional actions are aligned, it's imperative that all levels of government are coordinated in their efforts, including in their use of performance metrics. And finally, we support the equity language that was added to the final version. Aside with the compliance with Justice 40 initiative, the guidelines now require the CTP to identify, analyze, and respond to barriers to transportation access for all Californians. This equity language will ensure that we are sufficiently addressing the transportation burdens that many disadvantaged and low-income communities face in their daily lives. Yes, so we strongly support all these changes and urge you to adopt the CTP guidelines today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Any other public comment?
No other public comment was received for this item.
Thank you. Then I will entertain a motion on tab 84 to adopt the guidelines.
So moved.
Commissioner Grisby moved. Do I have a second?
Norton seconds.
Norton seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. At this time, we're going to skip 85. Not that we don't love you, Tim. Putting you to the end. And move to 86 and 87. Cherry.
Commissioners, tabs 86 and 87 will be grouped and considered under one motion. Tab 86 is an action item to accept the final environmental impact report for the State Route 37 Sears Point to Mare Island Improvement Project and approve future consideration of funding. Caltrans determined environmental impacts could be mitigated to less than significant levels. Tab 87 is an action item to accept the final environmental impact report and addendum for the Bayshore Bikeway Segment 5 project and approve future consideration of funding. The San Diego Unified Port District adopted a statement of overriding considerations, finding that the project benefits outweigh the impacts. Staff has reviewed these requests and recommends approval.
Thank you, Cherry. Do we have any questions or comments from commissioners? Do we have any public comment?
We have no public comment for this item. Thank you.
Motion to approve Martinez?
Motion to approve by Martinez, 86 and 87. Second by Falcone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move to items 88 through 90. Tim.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Commissioners, I will be presenting items 88 through 90 together with a recommendation at the end. Each of these projects are requesting an initial allocation that exceeds the programmed amount by more than 20%. Item 88 is an action item for a pavement preservation project on State Route 27 in Los Angeles County. The construction capital was programmed for $35.55 million and Caltrans is requesting $46.733 million. Construction support was programmed for, I'll say it this way, $5,540,000 and Caltrans is requesting $5,967,000. Caltrans stated the final estimate for construction capital has increased due to significant increases in prices of construction materials, specifically asphalt, concrete, and traffic control items, and a revision to the estimate for the time-related overhead. Tab 89 is an action item for a roadway rehabilitation project on State Route 60 in Riverside County. Please note there's a yellow replacement book item as identified on the change list. The construction capital was programmed for $3,849,000 and Caltrans is requesting $5,139,000. Construction support was programmed for $587,000 and Caltrans is requesting $1,256,000. The construction capital estimates are greater than the programmed amount due to the scope changes related to water meters and the incorporation of additional traffic elements for positive work zone protection. The construction support estimates is greater due to a significant change in the number of working days necessary to complete the project for both overall project scope and the plan establishment period. Item 90 is an action item for an operational improvement project on State Route 133 in Orange County. The construction capital was programmed for $18,232,000 and Caltrans is requesting $24,977,000. Construction support was programmed for $4,544,000 and is requesting $5,408,000.
The construction capital and support estimates are greater than the programmed amount due to current inflated markets for electrical, pavement, and roadway excavation items for additional scope, including a temporary sewer bypass and stream bed modifications to meet the California Department of Fish and Wildlife permit requirements. Support cost increases are related to efforts needed for the added scope. Working days have increased from 500 to 600 days. Are there any questions on these items?
Do we have any public comment?
We have no public comment for any of these items. Thank you.
And I will.
So just real quick,
Sorry.
staff has reviewed the projects and the book items for items 88 through 90 and recommends approval.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for 88 through 90. Commissioner Norton,
So moved.
second Bradshaw, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Tim, we're gonna do 91 first.
Okay.
You take that one by itself.
Sure.
That'd be Great.
Tab 91 is an action item for a drainage system restoration project on US 101 in Santa Barbara County that is requesting $2,020,000 in supplemental funds for the project approval and environmental document phase. Please note the amount being requested is a reduction of what was originally proposed and is noted on the change list. The project location was split out from a larger drainage restoration project after it was determined this location would require fish passage remediation. Caltrans based their original estimate to complete the environmental phase for this project on a single alternative that would be simpler to deliver with resource agencies. After further evaluation and consultation, the project now has multiple alternatives that require analysis, which has driven up costs and has extended the schedule. When evaluating this request, Commission staff determined that the scoping document to split out this project and allocate the environmental phase did not have the expected level of detail regarding the scope, cost, and schedule. As a result, it appears this phase was underfunded. CTC staff would like to remind Caltrans that per shop guidelines, when programming phases, the amount programmed should be sufficient to complete the phase. Staff has reviewed the project and the book item and recommends approval.
Thank you, Tim. Commissioner Norton, you got a question?
I did. I just wanted to ask a little bit because we're talking about a number of fish passage projects, right? And so I just want to see if we have some maybe best practices, and it sounds like this is a overall cost of what, $20 million? So can we talk a little bit more, maybe with Caltrans, about how we right size these and have some predictability on what the costs are going to be, since we're doing many of these?
Mhm. I think Caltrans is here and they can speak to that.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Richard Rosales, Caltrans District 5, San Luis Obispo. I'm the deputy for program project management, here for Scott Eads, director, who's on vacation today. Commissioner Norton, wanted to address your question. And the question, that the way I see it is this project very similar to other projects that we've done? And the answer is yes. We just finished a fish passage project in Santa Barbara County that was a total project cost of $15 million. And that was a less complicated project than this one. This one's a lot longer than the one we just finished.
And that's what's driven up the costs.
Yes, this is the other alternatives is what have driven up the costs. Our feasibility study with the one alternative was the cheapest alternative, but working with the resource agencies, they requested us to look at other alternatives that basically creating a three-sided box over the arch culvert. So it's essentially a bridge over the culvert that we have there now. So it's much bigger. One alternative was 36 feet high, that box. And I think it was 26 feet wide.
Wow.
So pretty big.
Wow.
That came from outside.
Pardon me?
The suggestions came from outside agencies.
The resource agencies, yeah.
So I think that maybe we're trying to develop some learnings about this, and like, how can we maybe predict what are the outside agencies going to be asking of us, so that we know, as we're going to be doing, seems like more fish fish passages, that we have some kinds of best practices and thank you. I really appreciate you, picking the short straw and having to answer these questions because
Speaking on behalf of all fish, in the entire state. I appreciate it.
yes, thank you so much.
Director Taylor, did you have?
I was just going to add that one of the things for Commissioner Norton's discussion that we can do is we can always bring these types of items back to a project delivery workshop to have a deeper dive on some of these longer conversations so that we understand the process and how we engage with our resource agencies and how that's working and places where we have growth edges and we have strengths, right?
That'd be great.
I like deeper dives on fish passages. That's great.
Thank you. Tim, do you want to, do we have any other comments or questions on 91? Do you want to go ahead with 92?
I think we took that, we want to keep going and take them together. Okay. So tab 92 is an action item for a pavement preservation project on State Route 33 in Kern County that is requesting $450,000 in supplemental funds for the plans, specifications and estimate phase and $100,000 for the right-of-way support phase. Please note there's a yellow replacement book item as identified on the change list. These project phases have increased due to the increased efforts necessary to design and incorporate scope changes related to the addition of shoulders to the existing roadway along with rumble strips as a proactive safety measure. The project limits were also extended due to the deterioration of adjacent pavement and to avoid leaving a short gap without shoulders. Additional funding is needed to complete the PS&E phase and remaining right-of-way activities to advertise and award the contract. It should be noted that this project will require an additional allocation, or an initial allocation of greater than 20% of the programmed amount for the construction phase. Staff has reviewed the projects and book items for tabs 91 and 92 and recommends approval.
Do we have any comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Tim. Quick question, just on that, the need for shoulders. I mean, it seems like a pretty fundamental need in a project. Why were they added so late into the project?
Thank you for that question. I believe District 6 Director is here to provide an answer.
Hi, Diana. And if I remember right, the shoulder right now is like 6 inches, right? Not really a shoulder at 6 inches, is it?
Yeah. So back in. Okay, got it. Back in 2019, when we first approved the project, what we were in looking at the shop, the primary focus was just to maintain, improve the pavement that was out there. And fast forward now, when we look at our strategic plan and we're looking at these being more proactive in safety, we thought it'd be important that we go ahead and add the shoulders and be able to allow for us to add the rumble strips. And we are seeing an increase in State Route 9 and State Route 33, lots of trucks as well and vehicles. As we were making improvements on 99, 33 was becoming that detour route. And so we thought it was really important that we had this project out there and be proactive and add the shoulders.
Okay, thanks, Diana. And is this something that you're taking, into the future as you look at future similar projects?
We are now looking at all of our projects as they come up during the PID phase, the initial phase, and that is part of it, looking at any proactive safety items that we can add moving forward.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. How long is 33?
Well, 33 is expands almost all of California. And it's in between I-5 and 99. And so it starts in the south in Kern County and heads all the way to the north, and it actually ends up here in the Bay Area. So it is one long route.
It was
2
back in the-
lanes primarily. The whole entire route is almost 2 lanes.
And it is one of those, as Diana said, as things shut down on 99, as they do improvements or 5, everybody moves over to the 33. And so now it really is a safety issue.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from commissioners on 91 or 92? Do we have any public comment?
We've not received public comment for these items.
And I will entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Bradshaw moves. Do I have a second? Falcone, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Tim, we're at 94 through 97.
Yes, I'd like to just make note that tab 93 has been removed from the agenda. Okay, let me just be clear. You're going to take 94 through 97. Okay, thank you. Tab 97 is an action item for a collision severity reduction project located on Interstate 10 within various cities in Los Angeles County, requesting $2,223,000 in supplemental funds for construction capital and $585,000 in construction support to re-advertise the project.
This is 94, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you said 97. I just want to make
Oh,
sure.
did I? I apologize. After advertising the project, only one bid was received and the bidder was found to be unresponsive. Caltrans has revised the contract to provide more clarity to bidders and update the engineer's estimate to be more in line with current market conditions. Construction support is increased due to the working days being increased to be in line with the revisions made to the contract for re-advertisement. Tab 95 is an action item for pavement preservation project on Interstate I-80 in Alameda County, requesting $8,293,000 of supplemental funds for construction capital to award the contract. Please note there is a yellow replacement for the book item attachment as identified on the change list. In May of 23, the contract received 3 bids between approximately 15 and 28% above the engineer's estimate. The more significant cost increases compared to the engineer's estimate are related to electrical items, asphalt, concrete treatment, striping, mobilization, and vegetation control. The contractors indicated most of the higher prices are due to bids from their subcontractors. Caltrans is requesting 80% of the cost increase in this request to award the contract and will be receiving the remaining 20% from the Bay Area Infrastructure Financing Authority. Tab 96 is an action item for a weigh station weigh in motion facilities project on Interstate 15 in San Bernardino County, requesting $7,188,000 of supplemental funds for construction capital to award the contract. In April of 2023, the contract received 5 bids, approximately 34 to 72% above the engineer's estimate. The cost increases on this project are largely attributed to the building item work, roadway excavation, mobilization, and the high-speed weigh in motion system. I would like to note this project received a construction allocation in August of 2022 and didn't advertise until April of 2023. CTC staff would like to remind Caltrans that per shop guidelines, projects are required to be ready to advertise when requesting a construction allocation. Tab 97 is an action item for a pavement preservation and transportation management system project on State Route 1 in various cities in Orange County, requesting $13,373,000 of supplemental funds for construction capital to award the contract. Please note there are a few edits to the book item, as well as a yellow replacement for the book item attachment as identified on the change list. In September of 2022, Caltrans received 1 bid on the project that was approximately 46% over the engineer's estimate. The bid was rejected and Caltrans revised the contract and re-advertised. In April of 2023, Caltrans again only received 1 bid. This time it was approximately 53% over the engineer's estimate. The cost increases on this project are largely attributed to electrical items, traffic control, asphalt, mobilization, and concrete related items. Commissioners, are there any questions on tabs 94 through 97?
Do you have any public comment?
I have a question. I'm sorry, Chair Eager.
Yes.
Appreciate the staff work, for sure. Just a real quick question as I look on timelines, on tab 96. Does it typically take 6 months to advertise a project after receiving the allocation? It seems like it's from August 2022 to April 2023, 6 months elapsed from the time of allocation to or from the time of advertisement to the time of allocation? And was there something unique about this project that took 6 months?
Thank you for that question. I think Caltrans can answer that.
Good morning, Commissioner. By the way, congratulations, Tanisha. I haven't been mentioned the whole day, so again, congratulations. Just in case we missed this. My name is Bassem Barsoum. I'm the acting deputy director. I thought I was gonna miss it a year. My acting assignment is ending this week. I'm not standing to speak at all, but here I am. So thank you. Our director is not here, he's on vacation. That's why I'm actually covering. I'm the acting deputy director of program project management. The reason this project was not, it was ready. We took risk taking on the standards, which is 2018 spec standard. And we were ready to go because of shortage of staff. We get hit by a couple of months delay. Because of those 2 months delay, it hit the timeline of October, which is the new standard, the 2022 standards that now the district went back. And I'm talking, this is building standard as well as roadway standard. And just to give you order of magnitude, it's about 800 pages. So it's quite a bit of hefty specs, which we did take care of them. Because of that hurdle, and we advertised. As a matter of fact, we did even had a mandatory pre-bid meeting back in March to kind of invite a lot of bidders, right? Just to make sure that they're aware, because it's a very complex project. So because of that, so one, the project was ready to go. Two is just the out of control, the staffing shortage that really that 2 months cost us that. So again, the project, it wasn't, nothing had changed in the project other than just this 800-page document specs that really took us some time. So thank you. I'm open for any question.
Thank you.
That answer your question?
It sure does. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments or questions? You want to pose the question and for us, Tim?
Yes, staff has reviewed the projects and the book items for tabs 94 through 97 and recommends approval.
Thank you. Entertain a motion for 94 through 97.
So moved.
Move it, Tavaloni.
Commissioner Tavaloni seconds. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Pardon?
We're good. He's just asking a question about. We can go.
You're not talking to me? Okay, 98, Casey.
Tab 98, can you hear me okay? Okay. Tab 98 is a supplemental allocation for project completion. The request is for the San Benito Route 156 Improvement Project, which will convert a 5-mile segment of a 2-lane conventional highway to a 4-lane expressway between the city of San Juan Bautista and Hollister. The department is requesting $13,808,000 of supplemental funds to complete construction. The extremely wet weather earlier this year caused the soil to be saturated, creating unstable soil within the project limits. As a result, the contractor could not successfully remove and compact the soil to ensure stable ground. The geotechnical design recommends that the contractor treat the soil with lime treatment, which is $3,421,000. The contractor must also use other equipment and conventional trucking to haul the soil to a specific area within the project limits to complete the lime treatment, which is an additional $10,387,000. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends the approval of $13,808,000 in supplemental funds to complete construction.
Thank you, Casey. Any comments or questions from commissioners? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for this item.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for 98? Commissioner Bradshaw?
Second, Martinez.
Martinez seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Lori, 99.
Taking 99.
Oh, we took 99. You're right. Okay.
Let's start that one up again.
Let's not do 99.
Is Caltrans in?
100. Tim.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Commissioners, tab 100 is an action item for a drainage system restoration project on State Route 103 in Los Angeles County, requesting $10,725,000 of supplemental funds for construction capital to complete construction. Please note there's a yellow replacement book item as identified on the change list. The project is requesting a cost increase to address contaminated groundwater concerns identified by the contractor during construction. The Caltrans estimate of the need to treat contaminated groundwater to ensure soil stability while constructing the facility's foundation was significantly different than what was determined by the contractor. Initially, the project was planned based on preliminary drilling information, assuming the contaminated groundwater would not have a significant impact. However, when the contractor conducted further drilling, they discovered the rate at which the groundwater was seeping was higher than expected. Caltrans procured an independent geotechnical design consultant to help address the situation, verify the contractor's findings, and provide mitigation options. After evaluating a number of options, Caltrans agreed to implement the jet grouting option to minimize the risk of treating an excessive amount of contaminated groundwater from the aquifer. The requested funding includes costs for the geotechnical consultant, cost to resequence construction activities, and cost to hire a subcontractor that specializes in jet grouting. Are there any questions?
So this is a lot of money, 10 million more dollars. I can imagine that contamination is not going to be more prevalent as floods and all kinds of things come from our climate change going forward. I'm just wondering, do we have best practices on this? Is there something we've learned during this particular process that others could use? What can we do better so that we don't have things like $10 million coming up in the future?
I think Caltrans, either District 7 or their, they are here. Thank you.
Cherry, may I piggyback your
Yes,
your
please.
question? And it was an aquifer that was discovered, right? Would there be a way?
To know that ahead of time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Microphone. Good morning. Thank you very much for the question, Chair Eager, Commissioners, Director Taylor, and Director Tavares. Gloria Roberts, District 7 Director. Thank you. I had to say that title.
I just had to ask a question so you could kind of say that.
Thank you for that. For your question and for Commissioner Bradshaw's question, yes, we are aware that there was water. It was more the seepage and infiltration rate that we were not able to anticipate, and that was what the contractor found. And so to answer your question about the best practices, I do have here Rich Foley, who is the Division Chief of Structures, and he's here on behalf of Tom Ostrom, who was our Division of Engineering Services Chief. So Richard, thank you.
So to answer the first question about the aquifer, we knew the aquifer was there. Did we understand how much pressure the aquifer would ascertain? No, and that was something that we required the contractor to do. So perform the testing. Once we did the testing, we understood what the flow rate was going to be, much more than what was assumed in the design phase. And that required basically a change in the means and methods to build this. I think the original plan was to basically sub-excavate the material underwater and put in a seal course and then dry it out, and then that dewatering would be that was the item. But dewatering an aquifer is completely different. So we needed to remove the pressure. So that was one option, is to put in a bunch of wells to alleviate the pressure or come up with this alternative means and methods to do that, so that we could protect the aquifer, protect the contaminated material, and reduce the overall cost. If we were to pump all the water that we needed to pump, it would be millions of dollars. As far as improvements, as part of DES's quality management system, we've adopted the international standard ISO 9001. And what we do whenever things like this happen, we do a root cause analysis. So that's something that we haven't done yet because we're still trying to figure out how to solve the problem. So step one, step two, get ourselves out of the pickle. And then step two is figure out how to not have it happen again. And so we'll be working with the different subdivisions in in Division of Engineering Services, Geotechnical Services, Structural Engineering Services, Structure Construction, along with the district environmental groups. We've also made revisions to some of the specifications where we have our environmental groups who do some of the stuff with the contaminated material to talk to the geotech guys, right? So maybe we were a little siloed
Mhm.
and trying to make sure that that doesn't happen again. So we've already corrected that guidance and we'll be implementing new guidance. Unrelated to this issue, we're developing risk management training to teach to all of our staff. We've had a lot of turnover recently. And so we're going to teach them to, what is a risk and what's the consequence of it and all that stuff. So I think
you.
that.
Yes. And I'm sure Director Tavares, step 3 is to share with all the other districts, correct?
Yes.
Yes, Chair Eager, step 3 would be, once this process is completed, to share it across all 12 districts statewide to ensure that we don't anticipate or we end up with another similar situation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Staff has reviewed the project and the book item and recommends approval.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Grisby? Was it Norton?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we are going to take a quick break here. We will be back at 11:10. Okay, we are ready. Tab 101. Monica.
Good morning, Commissioners. I will be presenting tabs 101, 102, and 103 together. Tabs 101, 102, and 103 are supplementary requests for the transit and intercity rail capital program as reflected on the agenda. These requests are consistent with the program guidelines. Staff recommends approval of tabs 101, 102, and 103.
Thank you, Monica. Do we have any questions from commissioners? Do we have any public comment?
No, no public comment was received for these items.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion on 101, 102, and 103.
So moved.
Commissioner Grisby, do I have a
Second.
second? Falcone, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 104 through 106. John. Yay, John.
Hey, Commissioners. Items 104, 105, and 106 are all action items to amend the 2022 shop, and they'll be taken together. For this meeting, the regular shop amendments are split into two separate book items. So 104 is the first of two action items to approve amendments to the 2022 shop. Please note there are minor changes to a few projects on the change list for this item. And there's also one change that's not noted on the change list. And that is that this item will add 70 new projects, not 71, as is shown in the agenda language. And we will add that change to the final change list. So with those noted changes, like I said, we're adding 70 new projects and revising 98 projects that are programmed in the shop. Most of the 70 new projects are storm damage projects. A few of them are safety projects and a few of them are Caltrans continues to add new projects because of IIJA funding that has come in. So some of them are coming from the Protect funds, some of them are coming from the bridge program, stuff like that. So that's 104. And then 105 is the second of two action items to approve amendments to the 2022 shop. These amendments will add 2 new projects and will revise 43 projects that are programmed in the shop. Again, the 2 new projects, additional funding capacity because of IIJA. One of them is a wildlife crossing, overcrossing project on Interstate 15 in San Bernardino County. So that's a big one and it's an interesting one. So that's 105. And then 106 is an action item to increase the shop major damage emergency opening reservation for fiscal year 22-23 by $155 million. We keep increasing this reservation because we keep finding more storm damage. This will increase it from $945 million to $1.1 billion. Staff continues to review every single project using this reservation to ensure that it's being used appropriately. And our conclusion is that it is being used appropriately. There's just a lot of storm damage that we have seen this year. And we're even seeing more damage as the snowpack melts. So continuing to uncover damage, but it's expected that this $1.1 billion will be able to cover the damage through the end of the fiscal year. But we will see. In October, Caltrans is going to submit the annual closeout report, which will show a summary of all of the allocations made throughout the fiscal year. And I'm looking forward to that report because I think the storm damage is going to be the big story on that closeout report. Yeah. So with that, staff recommends approval of tabs 104, 105, and 106.
Thank you, John. Do we have any comments or questions for John on 104 through 106? Do we have any public comment?
No public comment was received for these items.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Move it, Tabelloni.
Tabelloni moved, Grisby seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 107 and 108. Anya.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 107 is an action item to amend the 2022 local partnership formulaic funding distribution as shown in attachment A. This amendment will add an incentive funding award for the San Francisco County Transportation Authority in the amount of $5 million in fiscal year 2023-24. On January 11th, 2023, the San Francisco County Transportation Authority informed Commission staff of the successful passage of Proposition L the voter approved 30-year half-cent sales tax measure. As a result of this action, the set-aside incentive funding of $20 million for fiscal year 2022-23 will be reduced by $5 million, leaving a remaining unused incentive funding balance of $15 million. Unused incentive funding will be redistributed at the August 2023 commission meeting based on the program funding distribution. That is 60% to the formulaic program and 40% to the competitive program. Staff recommends your approval. Did you want me to also present tab 108?
Yes, please.
Okay. Tab 108 is an action item to amend the local partnership formulaic program. The recommended amendments will add 5 new projects. This action programs the remainder of the 2020 formulaic program funding available so that no unprogrammed funds remain in the 2020 program. Staff has reviewed these amendment requests and they are consistent with the formulaic program guidelines and policies. Staff recommends your approval of tab 108 as well as 107.
Thank you, Anya. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners on 107 or 108? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for these items.
Hey, thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Bradshaw, second Grisby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You're up, Tim.
Thank you. Commissioners, tab 109 is an information item on the third quarter report for the 2022-23 right-of-way annual allocation. The quarterly reports provide a status of how Caltrans is managing and maximizing the use of the annual allocation. Commission staff has reviewed the report and met with Caltrans right-of-way staff to discuss the report and has no comments. I can go right to tab 110. This is an action item. Caltrans is requesting $110 million for the 2023-24 right-of-way annual allocation for right-of-way capital for both the STIP and SHOP programs. CTC Resolution G1901 requires Caltrans to present annually on its right-of-way capital annual allocation to the commission for review and acceptance. The resolution states that the plan will be supported by a project list, and a link to the project list is included in the book item. Staff worked with Caltrans to make sure the annual allocation was based on realistic budgets to expend funds for the upcoming fiscal year. Staff recommends approval.
What was last year's? Do you know?
I don't have it on the top of my head. I believe it was 150 million.
Oh,
Might be a little bit less, but somewhere around there. So they've requested a lower amount based on the realistic projections of what they can utilize in this fiscal year.
okay. Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions on 110? Do we have any public comment?
No public comment was received for these items.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to accept the right-of-way annual allocation on item 110.
Motion approved.
Bradshaw,
Second, Martinez.
second Martinez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are back to John, 111 and 112.
Item 111 is an information item presenting the preliminary closeout report for the fiscal year 22-23 SHOP minor program annual allocation. The SHOP minor program is a one-year program reserved for low-cost SHOP eligible projects. At its June 2022 meeting, the commission approved $250 million allocation for the 22-23 SHOP minor program. And as of May 23rd, 2023, Caltrans has expended approximately $219 million of the $250 million, which is about 88%. As Caltrans has done in years past, it's expected that they'll get to about 100% by the end of the fiscal year. And we will see a final closeout report for this program at the October 2023 commission meeting. This is an information item and no action is needed.
111.
All right.
And any public comment on 111?
111 received no public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And 112.
112 is an action item to allocate $250 million for the fiscal year 23-24 shop minor program. So now we're looking forward. As noted on the change list, a replacement book item was distributed, which updated the project lists in the book item attachments. With that update, the shop minor program project lists includes 64 minor A projects in the amount of approximately $65 million and 219 minor B projects in the amount of approximately $84 million. And there's about approximately $98 million proposed for capital outlay support in the program. So that's the breakdown. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval of the $250 million annual allocation for the shop minor program.
Anybody think it's odd? We just like throw out $250 million, that number, right? Do we have any comments or questions on 112?
And it's considered a minor
Yeah,
allocation.
minor allocation, $250 million. Yeah.
Just tip money.
Do we have any public comment on 112?
No public comment received for 112.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move the item.
Norton,
Avalone,
Grisby, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 113. Elika.
Commissioners, tab 113 is an action item to approve the Division of Aeronautics Resolution FDOA 2023-01 to allocate 2.5 million for fiscal year 2023-24 to match the Federal Airport Improvement Program grants. Each fiscal year, the Commission approves an annual allocation to match federal AIP grants. This allocation provides the authority for the department's Division of Aeronautics to sub-allocate matching funds to individual projects as requested by airport sponsors. Commissioners, staff recommends approval of this resolution to allocate 2.5 million for fiscal year 2023-24 AIP grant.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Public comment.
Received no public comment for this item.
Thank you. Entertain a motion to accept
move it
113.
Avalone,
Avalone moved. Do I have a second? Grisby? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. $114, Casey.
Tab 114 is an action item. The department is requesting their annual allocation of state funds of $137,857,000 for fiscal year 23-24. The department's Division of Local Assistance administers its subvention budget under the delegated authority from the commission. This request amount is consistent with the proposed Budget Act of 2023. Staff recommends your approval.
Thank you, Casey. Any comments or questions from commissioners? Any public comment?
No public comment for this item.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
move
Brett?
it Avalone,
Avalone second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, John, you have 115 through 118.
Yes, these are all shop allocations, so we will take them together. 115 is an action item to allocate $1,250,000 for one shop minor project. This project was not on the minor A list that was adopted at the beginning of the fiscal year in June, and therefore it's coming in for a separate allocation. 116 is an action item for shop construction allocations. And this item will allocate $386,193,000 for 24 shop projects. And then I'm just going to speed along in the essence of time. 117 is an action item for shop pre-construction support allocations. There are a couple small changes on the change list for this item. With those changes, this item will allocate $58,950,000 for 44 shop pre-construction phases for PNED, PS&E, and right-of-way support. And then finally, tab 118 is an action item for advanced shop construction allocations. These projects are programmed in fiscal year 23-24 but they were completed early and they're ready for a construction allocation. And this item will allocate $6,107,000 for 2 shop projects. Staff has reviewed the shop allocation requests under items 115 through 118 and recommends approval.
Thank you, John. We have any comments or questions on 115 through 118? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for these items.
Thank you. And I'll entertain a motion.
Move it, Tavaloni.
We have Martinez moved and Tavaloni second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 119 through 121. Casey.
So I'll actually be taking tab 119, 120, 121, 123, and 126 together.
And we're coming back to 122?
And yeah, then next I'll present 122, 124, and 125.
Okay.
Okay, so tabs 119, 120, 121, 123, and 126 include various STIP allocations as reflected on the agenda, change list, and pink replacement. These requests are consistent with the program guidelines. Please note that tab 121, project 10 received its right-of-way certification on Tuesday, and it'll be reflected on the final change list posted on the commission's website. Staff recommends approval.
Motion to approve Martinez.
Do we have any comments or
Second,
questions?
Tavaloni.
We have any comments or questions? So 121, which project is that?
Project number 10.
Which is what?
Oh, that's a good question. It's just a standard allocation. It's a construction allocation. And when we allocate construction, we require environmental clearance, right-of-way certification, so just clearance for right-of-way. And we typically require it before it's placed on the agenda.
Right.
But in this case, because if the project didn't come forward for allocation here in June, the project would have lapsed. So we allowed them additional time to come in for the right-of-way certification or to provide it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So any other comments or questions on 119, 121, 120, 121, and 126? So we had a motion by Martinez and a second by Tavaloni, is that correct? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for these items. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 122, 124, and 125.
Tabs 122, 124, and 125 are STIP projects funded with the Coronavirus Relief Response Supplemental Appropriations Act funds that were rescinded as a result of the debt ceiling. Since the rescission, the department has been working diligently to analyze and reconcile the remaining projects affected by the rescission. The department recommends these projects be deferred to the August meeting, allowing time to identify appropriate funding options for these projects. Staff supports the department's recommendation to defer these items. Staff recommends tabs 122, 124, and 125, totaling $11,428,000 be deferred to the August meeting. And I actually just skipped an important note. So please note that on tab 124 has many items on the change list, including one project that was withdrawn prior to the commission meeting. So it's actually, let's see here. For tab 124, I think the agenda reflects 13 projects. It's actually 12 projects for a total of $6,805,000.
So what we're voting on is to defer it till August.
We are voting to defer tabs 122, 124, and 125 to the August commission meeting.
Did you want to comment on that, Director? Okay. Any questions or comments? Do we have any public comment?
No public comment for this item.
I'll entertain a motion to defer those to the August meeting.
So moved.
Commissioner Gillespie, do I have a
Move it,
second?
Tavaloni.
Tavaloni seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are now on 126. Did we already do 126? Okay, 127 through 133. Ooh, we are moving along. Anya.
Commissioners, tabs 127 through 133 are action items requesting allocation of local partnership formulaic program funds. Tab 127 is requesting allocation of $1,542,000 for 3 projects. Tab 128 is requesting allocation of $3,563,000 for 1 project. Tab 129 is requesting allocation of $6,698,000 for 8 projects. Please note that this tab has a yellow replacement item to correct the recipient and programming years for project number 6 in the attachment. Tab 130 is requesting allocation of $2,898,000 for 5 projects. Tab 131 is requesting allocation of $7,200,000 for 1 project. Tab 132 is requesting allocation of $59,072,000 for 3 transit projects. And tab 133 is requesting allocation of $1,858,000 for 1 project. Staff has reviewed these requests and they are consistent with the local partnership formulaic program guidelines. Staff recommends your approval of tabs 127 through 133.
Thank you, Anya. Comments or questions from commissioners? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for these items.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion for 127 through 133.
Motion to approve.
Bradshaw, Grisby seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 134.
Commissioners, tab 134 is an action item requesting allocation of $7 million in local partnership competitive program funds and $7 million in STIP program funds for 1 locally administered multi-funded project in San Diego. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval of tab 134.
Anything you want to add, Commissioner Falcone? Do we have any?
Let's go.
You like it. That's what you wanted to say. She likes it. Any other comments or question from commissioners? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for this item.
Would you like to make a motion?
Thank you. Falcon moves.
Falcone moves. Do I have a second?
Second, Martinez.
Martinez, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 135 through 137. Naveen.
Commissioners, I will present tabs 135, 136, and 137 together with a vote after tab 137 is presented. All tabs are action items to approve allocation requests for locally administered project components programmed in the Cycle 2 Solutions for Congested Corridors program. Tab 135 is an allocation request of $2.8 million for Auburn Boulevard Complete Streets project in Sac County. Tab 136 is an allocation request totaling $12,174,000 for 3 Placer-Sacramento Gateway Corridor project components in the counties of Placer and Sacramento, respectively. And tab 37 is a multi-funded Solutions for Congested Corridors program and local partnership formulaic program allocation request of $24.4 million for light rail modernization, light rail vehicles project in Sac County. These requests are consistent with the SB1 programs and guidelines. Therefore, Commission staff recommends your approval of tabs 135, 136, and 137. Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen. We have any comments or questions from commissioners on 135 through 137? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for these items.
And I will entertain a motion.
Move it, Tabuloni.
Commissioner Grisby moved, Commissioner Tabuloni second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 138 and 139. Kenneth.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 138 is an allocation request for $24,884,000 for the locally administered Trade Corridor Enhancement Program for construction of the I-580 International Parkway Interchange project on the state highway system in San Joaquin County. The project will reduce congestion, increase truck throughput, eliminate bottlenecks, and improve interregional goods movement. Tab 139 is an allocation request for $29 million in the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program for construction of the Turnbull Canyon Road Grade Separation Rail Project in Los Angeles County. The project will reduce traffic congestion, enhance motorist and train safety, reduce vehicle emissions, and reduce noise impacts. Staff has reviewed these requests and recommends approval for tabs 138 and 139.
Thank you, Kenneth. Any questions or comments from commissioners on 138 and 139? Any public comment?
No public comment was received for these items.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve Martinez?
Martinez moves. Do I have a second?
Second, Norton.
Norton, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We will now move to 140 through 145. Beverly.
Commissioners, I will present tabs 140 through 145 together with a recommendation at the end. Tab 140 is an action item to approve allocations of $23,544,000 for 15 locally administered active transportation program projects. Please note that this item has some changes on the change list. Tab 141 is an action item to approve a construction phase allocation of $9,181,000 for the Transportation Agency for Monterey County's Fort Ord Regional Trail and Greenway Highway 218 segment project. Please note that this item has a minor change on the change list. Tab 142 is an action item to approve allocations of $3,132,000 for 3 state-administered active transportation program projects. Please note that this item has a yellow replacement attachment, as noted on the change list, which made minor edits to the program component for each project. Tab 143 is an action item to approve a multi-funded active transportation program and state transportation improvement program allocation of $150,000 for the City of Reading's Turtle Bay to Downtown Gap completion project in Shasta County. Tab 144 is an action item to approve advance allocations of $5,010,000 for 7 locally administered projects programmed in fiscal year 2023-24. And tab 145 is an action item to approve a PA&ED phase allocation, advance allocation of $233,000 for the City of Sonora's SR 49 Gold Rush Multi-Use Path Phase 1 project in Tuolumne County, programmed in fiscal year 23-24. And please note that this item has a minor change on the change list. And just a quick note, we are pleased to see so many agencies coming forward for advance allocations and encourage others to do so when possible. Staff has reviewed these requests and finds them consistent with the program guidelines and the adopted programs. Therefore, staff recommends approval of tabs 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, and 145 with the changes noted on the change list.
Thank you, Beverly. And certainly when you look at this list, boy, that's all over the state, isn't it? That's amazing to see. Thank you so much for all the great work on this. Do we have any questions or comments from commissioners?
I just
Yes.
want about the fact that we have ATP projects on the state highway system. I don't think it's said enough that we are really focused on being multimodal and that the regions are really following suit. And so being able to talk more about that is going to be very helpful.
Yes, thank you. And we're also really pleased to just to see agencies partnering with Caltrans on those projects.
Amen.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners on 140 through 145? Do we have any public comment?
We did not receive any public comment for these items.
And I will entertain a motion.
Move it, Tavaloni.
Commissioner Tavaloni moves. Commissioner Grisby seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Tab 146.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 146 is an action item requesting the allocation of $1,250,000 for the state-administered Short Line Railroad Improvement Program funded Smart Freight Rail State of Good Repair project that is in Sonoma County. The project will help SMART, the operating agency, strengthen their short line rail operations and provide connection to the national rail network. This will mark the final allocation for the 2020 Short Line Railroad Improvement Program. All cost savings remaining from the program will be transferred to the SB1 Trade Corridors Enhancement Program. This request is consistent with program guidelines and staff recommends your approval.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions on? I'm on 146. Am I on 146? Okay. Comments or questions on 146? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for 146.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Martinez approved.
Do I have a second?
Norton seconds.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Monica, 147.
Commissioners, tab 147 is an action item requesting to allocate 25,317,000 in transit and intercity rail capital program funds to 9 projects. Staff has reviewed the request and find them consistent with the transit and intercity rail capital program allocation policy and program update. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Monica. Any comments or questions? Any public comment?
We received no public comment for this item.
Entertain a motion on 147.
So moved.
Grisby, do I have a second? Martinez, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Jaden. Where's Jaden?
Right here.
You're up.
Okay,
You're
Commissioner,
usually over here. You tricked me.
I'm switching it up today.
Bring it on, Jaden.
Okay, so I will be taking tabs 148 through 184 together with a recommendation at the end. So Commissioners, tabs 148 through 184 are action items to consider the approval of time extensions for projects in the State Highway Operation and Protection Program, the State Transportation Improvement Program, the Active Transportation Program, the Local Partnership Competitive Program, the Local Partnership Formulaic Program, the Solutions for Congested Corridors Program, the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, as well as projects that are multi-funded.
That was a mouthful and you did it. Good job.
We're almost there. Additionally, please make note of the change list for tabs 148, 163, 168, 169, 171, and 173. Additionally, for tab 162, please note the pink letter attachment relating to Project 11. For tab 166, please note that tab 166 is reflected incorrectly in the time extension table and is shown as withdrawn. All 3 ATP California Conservation Corps projects under this tab are seeking approval of their project completion time extension request. Additionally, under tab 168, please note that 2 projects withdrew their project development time extension request under this item, as reflected on the change list. These remaining 2 requests are consistent with the ATP guidelines. One final note I would like to make is additionally, when requesting allocation time extensions in the future, it is the CTC's expectation that Caltrans will coordinate with CTC staff as soon as it becomes apparent that the delivery schedule is not feasible. This is specifically applicable for projects requiring time extensions in excess of 12 months. This allows CTC staff time to better understand and coordinate with Caltrans to understand the unforeseen and extraordinary nature of their time extension request. With that being said, these time extension requests are consistent with their program's guidelines, and CTC staff has reviewed tabs 148 through 184 and recommends approval of all projects with the exception of project number 30 in tab 148. Given the progress of work, CTC staff will not be recommending approval of project 30 on tab 148, and CTC staff encourages reprogramming this financial contribution only project when the city is ready.
And I'm sorry, which city is it that is being pulled?
That is the city of San Francisco. It's a financial contribution only project.
Did you have any questions about that, Commissioner Grisby?
I don't.
You're good. Okay. Do we have any comments or questions about 148 through 184? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for any of those items.
And I'll entertain a motion to accept 148 through 184 with the exception of item 30 and 148. Is that correct? All right. Did you have a question, Commissioner Tavaloni, or did you make the motion?
I made the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
Second, Bradshaw. All those in favor?
Aye.
Did I ask for public comment already? I did that. Okay, thank you. Opposed? Motion carries.
Chair Eager, may I clarify one motion? During that motion, that was just to remove project 30 from tab 148,
Correct.
correct? Perfect,
Yes.
thank you.
185, Kayla.
Commissioners, tab 185 is an action item to approve a project allocation time extension request for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program Etowanda Avenue Grade Separation Project in San Bernardino County. This additional time is being recommended. This additional time is being recommended so that the construction phase deadline will align with the previous extensions for PS&E and right-of-way that expires in September of 2023. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends your approval of 4 months as shown on the time extension table.
So they've requested 4 months
No.
extension?
You want to take this?
Chair Eager, they requested 12 months. 12 months would put them about 8 months beyond their timely use of funds to deliver right of way and design. And so we deemed it would be unnecessary to give them additional time on a construction allocation if they're expected to deliver and be ready to list by the end of September 2023.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Excuse me. On 185. Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for these items.
And I will entertain a motion.
Move it, Tabelloni.
I have Commissioner Tavoloni. Move. Do I have a second? Frisbee seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Kayla, we're still on you.
I think Jaden is taking the next set.
Yes, Commissioner, I'll be grouping tabs 186 through 193.
It doesn't
You
say
got
that
this,
on here,
Jaden.
so I can't do it. Kayla, I'm sorry, you have to take that.
We're gonna blame that one on Doug.
Okay.
Okay.
Again, it's Doug's fault. Okay, 186 through 193. 93, okay.
Yes, okay. Commissioners, tabs 186 through 193 are action items to consider the approval of time extensions for projects in the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, as well as a multi-funded project. Please make note of the change list for tab 190. The time extension requests are consistent with their program's guidelines. Staff has reviewed tabs 186 through 193 and recommends approval.
We have any comments or questions on 186 through 193? Because Jaden's ready. He's ready to answer the really tough questions. No. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment was received for these items.
Then I will entertain a motion for 186 through 193. Commissioner Grisby, do I have a second?
Move
Commissioner,
it, Tabelloni.
all those in favor?
Second.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 194.
Commissioners, tab 194 is an action item to consider the approval to amend the period of project allocation for previously approved time extensions for 3 state highway operation and protection program projects as an exception to the state highway operation and protection program guidelines. Staff has reviewed tab 194 and recommends approval.
Thank you, Jaden. Do we have any comments or questions on 194? Do I have any public comment?
We received no public comment for 194.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Move it, Tabelloni.
Grisby moves, Norton seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Lori, 195.
Commissioners, tab 195 is a request to amend the previously approved construction allocation time extension for the Bay Shore Bikeway Project Segment 5. The City of National City originally requested a 12-month extension to allocate construction, which they thought would be sufficient, although they could have requested the full 20 months. Their 90% design plans are now caught up in reviews with BNSF and the CPUC. There's also been delays with the department's design standard decision documents and encroachment permit exemption. So they need the 8 months that they could have originally requested in addition to the 12 to get them to the 20-month time extension. Staff recommends the City of National City's request for an 8-month time extension amendment to allocate construction from June 30th, 2023 to February 29th, 2024.
Thank you, Lori. Any comments or questions on 195? Do you have any public comment?
We received no public comment for item 195.
Do I have a motion from Commissioner Falcone? Second Martinez. Second Martinez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 196.
Tab 196 is a request to amend the previously approved contract award time extension for the Active Transportation Resource Center from 6 months to 12 months. There's been a lot of delays in getting contracts through right now in the whole contracting system. And so they just need extra time to get the contract through. And so staff recommends the Active Transportation Resource Center's request for a 6-month time extension amendment to award the Con-NI non-infrastructure phase from June 30th, 2023 to December 31st, 2023.
And where is?
This is the Active Transportation Resource Center. So it's the entity that they provide training and different kinds of services to help people with their ATP projects. So it's run by Caltrans, but the ATP funds it. So it's statewide, basically.
But it's headquartered in.
Yes.
Any other questions for 196? Do we have any public comment on 196?
We received no public comment for 196.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Bradshaw
Second Martinez.
moves. Martinez seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 197.
Commissioners, tab 197 is an action item to approve a time extension amendment request for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program State Route 46 Expressway Conversion Antelope Grade Segment Project in San Luis Obispo County. Caltrans is requesting an amendment to the previously approved time extension for an additional 9 months for allocation. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends your approval of tab 197.
Thank you. We have any comments or questions on 197? Have any public comment?
We received no public comment for 197.
Thank you. I entertain a motion.
Move it, Tavaloni.
Avaloni, second Grisby. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. $198.
Commissioners, tab 198 is an action item to approve a time extension amendment request for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program and STIP multi-funded Castroville Boulevard Interchange Project in Monterey County. Caltrans is requesting an amendment to the previously approved time extension for an additional 12 months for allocation. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends your approval of tab 198.
Thank you, Kayla. Any comments or questions on 198? Any public comment?
No public comment was received for 198.
And I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve Martinez.
Second, Tavaloni. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I think we need to go back to 148. Is that correct?
Correct, Chair Eager. So the project I was referring to, number 30, is actually going to be number 29 in attachment 1. Sometimes that numbering gets rearranged due to revisions to the change list. So we'll have to take a motion to reopen that and then another motion to approve it as 29 under attachment 1 rather than project 30.
So I need to reopen 148. Yes, so I'll entertain a motion to reopen 148. Commissioner Bradshaw.
Move it.
Second, Tavaloni. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me go back to my notes. Apologize for that. Okay. CTC staff has reviewed tab 140 and recommends approval of all projects with the exception I'm sorry, 148, with the exception of project 29 as noted in attachment 1. CTC staff will recommend approval of this item.
Can you say it again one more time?
Yes. CTC staff has reviewed tab 148 and recommends approval of all projects with the exception of project number 29 in attachment 1.
Thank you.
CTC staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Comments or questions on 148? Any public comment now on 148, now that we've switched it all up?
Well, now, there's still no public comment for this item.
Okay, still none. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve Martinez?
Do I have a second? Frisbee seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you, Chair. We'll get this right the first time. Commissioners, tab 199 is an action item to consider approval for a post-fact time extension to extend the period of project completion for one emergency response state highway operation and protection program project as an exception to the state highway operation and protection program guidelines. Staff has reviewed tab 199 and recommends approval.
Thank you, Jaden. Any comments or questions on 199? Any public comment?
We received no public comment for 199.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move
Norton?
it.
And Tabelloni, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 200.
Commissioners, tab 200 is an Commissioners, tab 200 is an action item to consider approval for a post-fact time extension to amend the period of project completion for previously approved time extensions for two state highway operation and protection program projects as an exception to the state highway operation and protection program guidelines. Staff has reviewed tab 200 and recommends approval.
Comments or questions on 200? Do we have any public comment?
Item 200 received no public comment.
Motion to approve Martinez?
Martinez, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 201, Lori.
Yes, tab 201 is a request from the San Juan Unified School District for a 12-month post-fact time extension to complete their 3 steps to safer routes for students non-infrastructure project. The school district was delayed in conducting their project by school closures during the pandemic. They should have requested a time extension, but they didn't because they were given an incorrect date for their project completion deadline. When this was realized, it was too late for the request. And this is a school district, so they don't do these things often, so they really needed a lot of assistance. So even though we really, really hate post-fact time extensions, this situation truly was not their fault.
Yeah.
So staff recommends approving this post-fact 12-month project completion time extension for the San Juan Unified School District's 3 steps to safer routes for students project.
So Lori, do you have a suggestion on how we get information out to these kinds of entities that aren't normally working in our world?
We do actually, because when we investigated further, we saw that with the information they were getting, and it is very confusing. I think for a experienced agency, they could figure it out, but an inexperienced agency would have been extremely confused. So we're going to work with Caltrans local assistance staff to make those the information they're getting much more clear, so they are very aware of their deadlines.
Do you have any questions or? Any questions or comments on 201? Do we have any public comment?
We received no public comment for
Motion to
201.
approve Martinez?
Move it.
Second, Tabelloni, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Can I say
Would you like
something
to make
before we
an
move to,
announcement?
I
Yes.
would.
Yes.
First, I want to commend Caltrans. We had a robust discussion about tab 99. And since that time, my understanding is you have halted construction in that 2-mile segment. And I just want to thank you for that. That's a really big, important thing.
It's amazing what we can do when we work together, right?
Yeah.
So we will now go back to tab 85. We saved the best for last, Tim. Wow us now. Wow us with 85.
That's a lot of pressure. Before presenting tab 85, I'd like to express my appreciation of Caltrans' flexibility of allowing the other action items to occur first before presenting this information, this very important information item. Tab 85 is an information item on the California, I'm sorry, the California Transportation Asset Management Plan and Senate Bill 1 each established 10-year performance targets for the State Highway Operations and Protection Program primary asset classes. To measure progress towards meeting the defined performance targets, the Commission adopted an addendum to the SHOP guidelines, calling on Caltrans to develop annual benchmarks with future condition projections to measure progress made for each of the 4 primary asset classes towards achieving the 10-year targets. Michael Johnson, the State Asset Management Engineer for Caltrans, is here to provide a presentation on the 22-23 Performance Benchmark Report.
Good afternoon, now, Chair and Commissioners. It's kind of a unique position to stand between you and adjournment. This has never happened to me before, so I will try to be brief. As Tim mentioned, Commission guidelines require the department to come in and present our progress towards the commitments made in Senate Bill 1, as well as the targets established by this commission. Next slide. So our report is a 10-year forward-looking report. We capture what we've done to date, as well as what we expect to do through 2027 in accordance with the timeline of Senate Bill 1. In June of each year, we make this presentation and document it through this report. Next slide. The report contains a number of graphs and charts. The graphs, an example is shown here. They will show a gray line. Those were the lines that we projected to be following in 2017 when SB 1 passed. And the colored line represents where we actually are. The shaded area represents uncertainty around the gray line. At that time, we were doing a 10-year forward-looking projection with a lot of unknowns. The table on the right is, again, typical for every one of the core assets and various conditions. And it shows our current condition measure, as well as last year's, and an indication of the trend relative to the target. Next slide. We follow a 4-step process to establish these benchmarks. We take the most recent condition information that we have for pavements, bridges, drainage systems, and transportation management system elements. We build in deterioration. We account for our project accomplishments that we expect in the future through the shop and actually all the way out through our 10-year plan. And then in some cases, there's a lot of growth in some of these classes, and we have to build that into the analysis as well. Next slide. So the good news, right off the bat, this is a summary of all of the Senate Bill 1 targets, and I'm happy to say that we are on track to meet all of the commitments that were placed in the Senate Bill 1 when it passed. In fact, for the bridge item, just want to call that out. There was a requirement to fix an additional 500 bridges. We have achieved that target and surpassed it by quite a bit, as you'll see. I also want to highlight bridges because there's a very significant difference between what Senate Bill 1 required, which was to fix an additional 500 bridges, and the commission's target, which is to achieve a network condition level. So these are quite a bit different. So good news. We're on pace for SB 1 and everything's looking good. Next slide. Now, with respect to the commission adopted targets for pavement and for drainage and TMS, these are essentially very similar to those that were adopted in Senate Bill 1, but the bridge measure is very different. And in this case, there is a target of no more than 1.5% pour in terms of the surface area of the bridge decks in the state. And for that item, we are reporting that we have some action that's required. This is the second time that we've had action required for this particular item. And the previous time that we had reported action required, the commission approved a reservation that the department had proposed to do a targeted program to fix a number of these poor bridges. And those projects will be coming through construction here in the next 2 fiscal years. So going forward, we expect that we will see the bridge conditions getting better in the next 2 years. But then beyond that, we have some additional concerns that we'd like to talk about today. Next slide. Okay, so for pavement progress, next slide. Everything's good. Okay, I don't want to, in the interest of time, we are better than all targets for all pavement classes at this time and better than the SB1 requirement at this point. Next slide. This graph on the left shows the overall improvement in the condition of poor pavement since Senate Bill 1 passed. And you can see we're still quite a bit below our yellow target line there and actually improving between last year and this year. And then on the right, just shows a breakdown of all of the pavement in the state of California, how much is good, how much is considered fair, and that little teeny tiny sliver, that's the poor that we're trying to work with on the left graph there. Next slide. However, the information that's presented today is based on condition assessments that were captured prior to all the storms of this year. And we did have a few setbacks. We had a lot of highways that got buried under slides like these and in other areas where we had the highway slide itself. And so as we go forward, we'll be watching pavement to see, what were the impacts of all the storms. Once we get all the snow out of the way, we can see what's under there and we get these slides cleared up. Next slide. I'm sorry. Oh, where the 2 of the 3 have notations on them. And I'd have to get back to you on the third one.
It says Paul's slide.
Oh, Paul's slides in District 5. Next slide. Okay, so then for our bridge progress, next slide. This is a graph showing our commitment for SB1 and really focus on the dark green stack column because the way this measure is structured, it's above and beyond what we were doing prior to SB1. That is what the dark green portion of the column chart represents. And you can see we're now up over 820 bridges fixed where SB1 called us to do 500. In order to achieve the condition adopted condition targets, we will probably be on the order of 2.5 to 3 times what SB1 called on us to fix. Next slide. So here's the bridge condition. We lost ground in both poor and fair categories, and that's the reason why we're requesting or recommending that we take some action here. Next slide. So part of the story here has to do with when bridges were built. And this graph is an age distribution of bridges that were constructed in California on the state highway system. And I've kind of flagged this 45 to 65 years of age, which if you think about it, that really goes back to the heyday of the interstate. And now we're 45 to 65 years later. Clearly, we're not dealing with a linear inventory over time, and we are somewhere in what is this peak of 45 to 60 year period after the interstate construction. This is the period of time when these bridges are going to need either replacement or substantial rehabilitation. So I bring this slide forward to really just indicate that we are probably at or near peaks in terms of the rate at which poor bridges are being identified in California for the foreseeable future. Next slide. In terms of the poor bridges that there's approximately 12 million square feet of deck area of poor bridges in the state. And we track these by bridge and we know where they are. And you could see that a substantial portion of them are already programmed or in construction. And others are in planning and or 10-year plan stages for the shop. The area that we really focus on is the lightest color or wedge of the pie on the left. And then we look at those are the port bridges that are not currently in a project today. Of those, the vast majority of those have just been identified in the last 12 months. So going back to that previous slide about showing the age of those bridges, we are identifying port bridges at a rate that is a little bit higher than we've seen in the past. Next slide. This graphic is very busy, but I'm going to draw upon many of you that were in the project delivery workshop. This is the project delivery process, and what I wanted to call the commission's attention is the time frame at the top of this slide. The average time frame for us to replace a bridge is currently 9.5 years. That means we have a number of bridges that are taking longer than that. But this time frame, when you put it in the context of Senate Bill 1, if we knew about all the port bridges and we started working immediately, we would bring them in somewhere in 2027. That's just the timeline associated with bridge construction. And you can see it broken down by the different phases. But one of the phases that we think we can make an immediate impact on here today is by immediately programming port bridges when they're identified and have a planning document, instead of waiting up to 2 years for a subsequent shop to be developed. Next slide. So today these are the actions that we're proposing, and we believe if we take these actions, it will help us improve our condition of bridges going forward. We will see improvements, as I mentioned, in the next 2 years, so that will not be a surprise next year when I stand up and say things got better. They got better because we took action 2 years ago, and we need to take some action again today. One of those actions is we are requesting continuous programming of port bridges. So when they're identified, as soon as our inspectors identify them, we want to get our districts working on planning documents, and we want to get those immediately programmed. That can save up to 20% on the timeline that I just showed you. Additionally, we're looking for other opportunities, and we're excited about the governor's infrastructure package, and many of the provisions within the infrastructure package will actually allow us to compress the time frame to get these bridges replaced, and that will certainly help our ability to improve this overall performance. And then on the back end of all of this, we don't really get credit for all of it until it gets re-inspected and we report back to the Federal Highway Administration and to this commission that the conditions have been improved. So there are things we could do on the back end to reduce the timeline from when construction completes until we get a bridge inspection redone, recognizing that the bridges are now improved. Next slide. Okay, for culverts, and I'll try to speed up here. Next slide. Everything's good. Next slide. It's all good. Sorry. We had improvements in all areas of culvert, so we're on track, and that program is really progressing well. Next slide. For transportation management systems, these are all the electronic components, signals, changeable message signs, ramp meters, and other things that you see on the highway system. Kind of an interesting chart. If you compare it to where we thought we would be, we came out of the gate and we made a lot of improvements really quick. It has since slowed down, and now you see we crossed over our projection line, but still in our uncertainty band. But there are a number of projects, particularly in the San Francisco, Oakland Bay Area, that will result in improved performance in the coming years. This one's going to be tight. It's going to end up pretty much right on our projection line in 2027. Next slide. 2 more to go. Value of going construction. I bring this up because we are doing a lot of work. And if you drive around the highway system, you will see an incredible amount of construction. In fact, over $13 billion of going construction as of this month. That compares a little bit more than last year, close to where we were the year prior to that. So a lot is going on out on the highway system right now. Next slide.
Don't you just love it when you get people saying, can't you fix my roads? And then the next breath they go, why is there construction everywhere? Why do I have to stop? Right?
Yeah, I say that sometimes too when I'm driving around. I must have passed 5 of our projects on the way down here today. One of the things we've added new to the report this year to immortalize is the cumulative accomplishments since 2017. This comes up a lot. Well, what have you done? Almost 15,000 miles of pavement have been rehabilitated since Senate Bill 1 passed. We've fixed over 1,500 bridges, done fixes or replacements on a tremendous number of drainage systems. And in terms of the TMS elements, almost 6,200 elements have been added to the system because this is an area that continues to grow or fixed since Senate Bill 1 passed. So there is definitely a lot of work getting done out there. The numbers show that both in going construction as well as accomplishments. Last slide, please. So conclusions, we're still continuing to execute on our plan. I think our project portfolios are very much tailored towards achieving these targets. And you'll see that again as we prepare for the 2024 shop. We will meet all the SB1 performance targets. I'm confident of that. But having said that, it doesn't mean we can take our foot off the gas. If we don't invest about $2 billion a year in pavement, these conditions will turn around very quickly. So we gotta keep our eye on the prize here and stay focused on our investments. And then we will be implementing these bridge improvement actions that were mentioned. The one, I guess, technical question I have is the request for continuous programming. If that requires an action, then we can bring that back in a subsequent meeting to let the commission vote on that. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Great information. You know, it's so timely. We were just having this conversation night before last. We wonder where we are on FD1. So thank you so much. That was wonderful. Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Felcom.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mike. This is really well done. Great update. Like to see the good, the green in your graphs, except for the one sliver of red that you're focusing on. I wanted to bring up something that Commissioner Bradshaw mentioned earlier in another item related to the weight of EVs. And what you anticipate in terms of, impacts on our system. And, given that, you mentioned SB1 a lot, and SB1 is funded by gas, so and fossil fuels. So I just wanted to kind of hear a little bit more about what you anticipate, given the fact that more and more, in a good way, we're seeing more EVs in our transportation system, but they're also impacting our transportation system. So,
yeah, it's a great question, and one that we certainly look at quite a bit. There is a lot of research out there that indicates a greater, not necessarily greater gross weight, but the weight that's on any one set of one axle. The greater that weight is an exponential increase in damage to the transportation system. This takes a form of generally in the form of excessive deflections for pavement and also for bridges. The body of evidence has been building for probably over 20 years to this regard. The question is, how do we balance that with the greater good of moving to EV? And I think that's something that, will play out in policy forums in the coming years.
and I think it's important to bring these things up as we look at it from a, from a larger discussion on how we fund things into the future. So just thought
Thank
I'd
you.
bring that up.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes,
Commissioner Norton.
So Saturday is July 1st, and every July 1st, people are like, "Gah!" The cost of living increase for the gas tax, right? Every July 1st, the articles come out, we pay the gas tax, and what are we getting for it? So I was wondering what Caltrans is doing to socialize these really significant accomplishments that are so important, especially because they have impacts on safety. They have impacts on, quality of life. And actually, I think sustainability, right? If you're not going on these terrible roads, you actually have better mileage. So I just was hoping that even though, because I always catch it every 1st of July from everybody who knows me is like, it would be great if we could have some things we could point to talk about, like, you're actually doing better in the state because of what we have done, and it's well worth what you're paying.
Yeah, thank you. And we certainly hear that whenever the inflationary increase kicks in. And it's something I take back with our public information office and see what we can do. There are a lot of things being accomplished, and I don't want to look past that because there are some forums that I go to where there's questions about, are we still doing the kind of, the level of work that we're doing? Because the department's broadening out to do climate initiatives, to do bike and ped initiatives, ramping up our safety. So we're trying to do a whole bunch of things at one time. And in fact, I think we're executing on a lot of that, largely because of some of the work that we're doing within asset management to be more efficient and effective with the money that we do have. So all of this is wrapped in Senate Bill 1, and I see it completely consistent with what the intent of that legislation was.
If you could add some jobs numbers to that, because it is so impressive how many jobs have been created to do all the work you've just identified. Those are the kinds of things that I think would be really helpful as we move forward. Every July 1st, having these kinds of benchmarks too, not just the cost of the gas tax.
Yeah, $13 billion is a lot of construction jobs for sure.
And something that shows, we were talking about this the other night, you voted for this, and this is what we actually did. We did what you told us to. So those kinds of things will be very helpful for all of us at the dinner table. We appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I had a comment.
Yes.
Thank you. And I did stick around for the whole day here today. This is just exactly the thing that Commissioner Norton's talking about, is exactly the thing I mentioned yesterday, that I think we should be tracking a whole lot of different metrics, including jobs created, but also, sorry about the dog barking, the jobs created, for women, the jobs created for skilled and trained workers, the what impact these programs are having on other things like greenhouse gas emission reductions, VMT, safety, right? I mean, if we can tell people that with their gas tax money, they are making our roads safer, that would be wonderful. So I would love to see us come up with additional metrics to report and measure on a meeting by meeting basis, but also on an annual basis, so that we have that information at our fingertips when people start criticizing us for trying to get money into the transportation system that it so desperately needs.
Thank
We
you.
can certainly
Commissioner
take a
Mo.
look at that.
And be sure and thank your wife for us for letting you join us on your anniversary.
We made it to dinner in time and had a wonderful time.
Any other questions or comments? Do we have any public comment?
We have not received any public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Keep up the good work. So I hope you all indulge me for a minute. I was missing Jaden. So if Jaden could come back up for just a minute.
I got it.
You're gonna do it?
Yeah.
I wasn't missing you.
Wow, I was missing you.
Before John starts. Okay. So one of the things I want to make sure that we do at the commission is that we recognize our team and we recognize the coordination that our team is doing. And it's hard in real time. And so I want to commend Jaden for the work that he did to make sure that we got this item right, because we have all been in Jaden's shoes and trying in real time to figure out how are things moving, how are things going. So good work, Jaden, to make sure we got this right.
So,
okay, John.
Yes, I'm happy to report Jaden was correct the first time. I laugh, but I'm in, it's. What happened was, it's actually, you asked a good question, Chair Eager, what city is it? It's the city of South San Francisco, not the city of San Francisco. And that's important because it's in city of South San Francisco is in the county of San Mateo. And so that's what threw us off to go, oh, wait a second, it's not a San Mateo project. It is a San Mateo project. So what we need to do right now is reopen tab 148. And then we would like to approve tab 48 with the exception of project number 30. And what we're gonna 148.
Where's
Uh,
Jaden? Where's Jaden?
Okay, do you want to do it one at a time? Staff recommends we reopen tab 148.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to reopen 148 again, Commissioner Bradshaw.
So moved.
Do I have a
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now what?
So moved.
Staff recommends approval of tab 148 with the exception of project 30, which is identified by PPNO 2804. That project we are not recommending approval of, but we are recommending approval of the rest of tab 148 with the exception of that project.
You sure?
Final answer.
Absolutely sure. You want to phone a friend? Okay, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Bradshaw, second,
second.
Grisby. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Never to return. Thank you. So thank you all. We are at the end of our agenda. Do we have any general public comment?
Thank you, Chair Yeager. I do not see any public attendees indicating they wish to comment on anything.
Thank you. So just for our information, in the last 2 days, we have allocated just shy of $2 billion, $2 billion. So congratulations to the staff and to all of you. That's miraculous. And we appointed a new.
Yay.
in these 2 days. So we just wanted to thank everyone. We wanted to thank the people of Solano County. This has been a wonderful, how long have we been here? 3 weeks now? Oh, 3 days. It's been absolutely amazing. Thank you all. Commissioner Bradshaw, you would like to add?
I didn't want to interrupt your close, which means I interrupted your close. I'm sorry. I just wanted to, of course, recognize as always, the best team in the state and the staff. And I don't know if you realize how much you educate me and downloaded me very quickly in the beginning of this honorable position I'm holding right now. So I always just want to remember to thank you all for that, and also to thank my fellow commissioners. I want to spotlight a bit Commissioner Lugo for I really believe helping me have a better perspective and frankly giving me some further guts to support and stick together and listen better, and to the participants and also the professionals at Caltrans and our great director of Caltrans and all the commissioners. But it really shows it's so much more than it's very important. What we do touches the environment, touches workers, touches the state overall, touches housing, touches it. But the real human condition overall that all these decisions affect. So I wanted again to highlight. I have one of my favorite rank and file leaders in the Carpenters Union. He always gets me teared up because with these meetings, he'll say, I want to throw some roses towards a certain individual. And so I want to throw some roses towards Commissioner Lugo for getting it done.
Here, here.
Yes.
All right, catching the roses. Thank you. Hope there's no thorns. Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw.
Thank you all. And again, yeah. No, we got that. We also at this end of today, we also wanted to say again a special thank you to Commissioner Grisby. a few months ago, when we said we were going to open the executive director position up, and I needed someone to step up and really take the reins here and do the hard work of getting us to this place. And he never even batted an eye when I asked him to do that. And even though I said, you probably didn't know how much work it was going to be, and he said, no, I knew it was coming, but still took it on. So I just wanted to say a special thank you to Commissioner Gregory. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all.